loading or take through your by quest. In this regard, we try to stay authentic as possible to match historical events. When an open world quest, it might happen that you will play a quest in autumn and I will play the same quest and I'm going to be in summer. So that's up to the system and the way you play game. The weather system though is entirely dynamic. It could go from clear sky, cloudy, before storm, and then after rain, and then we'll get to pick what we think fits the best each provinces in terms of probability as well.
If it's heavy rain and or fog, well, you won't get the same visibility, so your footsteps are a little bit more masked as well. So players have to adapt constantly to what the environment is giving them, but it allows them to have different opportunities as well. So it's not just hindering the players.
Shadows comes from the same studio that created Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and so you can expect another large RPG-style experience. Rather than encompassing huge swathes of the country as well as surrounding ocean and islands though, Shadows will take place in a more realistically scaled area.
So we focus on the central of Japan because it's where Oda Nobunaga decided to organize his stronghold to start to unify Japan.
On a scale level, maybe we can compare, if you're familiar with the franchise, a little bit more the size of Origin, Assassin's Creed Origins. We did want to have a much closer to real life scale ratio. So because castles took a lot of space and we really wanted the mountains to feel like mountains, so environments feel wider in the games.
When we pick each of our provinces, we've tried to highlight what are the keywords for each of them, making sure that we reinforce, okay, let's say Omi is the breadbasket, we should see field, agriculture, open sky, Arima is the war field, should feel like that, the barricade, guard passage, stuff like that. So we've did that exercise for all of our provinces, making sure that they have key elements that are unique to them as much as possible.
This setting is perfect for a couple of things, like just looking at the castle, the way they were built, it's kind of a level design by itself. It's so big, it's like an adventure each time you go in the castle. And for the enemies themselves, the different archetype with the armor, the helmet they wear, it's easy for us to create this vocabulary that this guy is stronger than this one.
As for what we'll actually do in this open world, Ubisoft is holding its cards close to its chest for now. But the team promises a non-linear structure that's mostly centered on hunting a number of targets, something that sounds like a potential evolution of Assassin's Creed Mirage's refocused approach from last year.
We're approaching target gameplay in a little bit about in a classic way that we've done so, leading to a target and having them in a place that you need to infiltrate. So that's true for some of our targets, not all of our targets. Having options to be able to take them down, and having some narrative and sometimes some surprises into that. And I think people will like some of the variety that we try to put in our target. But there's also low-level targets everywhere in the game that will allow players to have those emerging moments as well, part of the open world.
One thing that we really wanted at first, it's making sure the world feel alive and there is those targets always in the world. So it's possible that you encounter some of them without really knowing about them before.
But you can see that the game is objective based. So it's less of follow a quest up to a point, but it's much more, I want to do this. And then you'll find the way out of it.
The team also hints at something of an Assassin's Creed Brotherhood-inspired spy network, which will be built up over time and allow you to assign agents with information-gathering missions.
Now in Yasuke, they do have allies in the world, and they do help people, and sometimes they can help them find what they're looking for. And everything is centralized around them building a hideout where their friends and allies can help them. It's an integral part of the exploration loop. You can call on those allies once in a while.
They are your eyes and ears on the field, so if you use them properly, they will help you to find what you're looking for or what you missed.
Ubisoft Quebec makes a promising case for the Assassin's Creed game we've patiently waited years for. But so far, we've seen precious little of the game in action. During our tour of the studio, we caught glimpses of a stealth infiltration and a sword fight, things we sadly can't show you here. So far, we've not been able to sit down and watch an entire quest play out, never mind go hands-on ourselves. We can only assume the big gameplay reveal then is being prepared for 2024's Ubisoft Forward, taking place on June the 10th. Fingers crossed, it'll look every bit as good as it sounds.
We know it's one occasion in our life to do an AC set in Japan. We had to grasp it and make the best out of it. This is why we decided to be very ambitious.
We are creating something that speaks to many people, very moving, authentic, not necessarily based on historical accuracy per se, but something that is honest and then respectful, something that fans, will really resonate with.
For more from Assassin's Creed Shadows, check out our detailed breakdown of the new cinematic trailer. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
This one here survived the wreck. Sure looks like it.
For years, Skull and Bones was assumed to be a ghost ship, the Ubisoft pirate game that would never make it to harbour. Having suffered 6 public delays, it is one of the most frequently postponed games of all time. The near-total silence that surrounded it year after year convinced people that it was either permanently anchored at the port of development hell, or that it had already sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Each new delay prompted the same question: what on earth was happening inside Ubisoft Singapore? The answer was hundreds of developers navigating a storm of design problems in hunt of their white whale.
We could not really reboot the game.
This didn't feel quite right.
We wanted to expand.
The narrative is, hey, when is this game launching?
Now, almost 7 years since it was first revealed, Skull and Bones is ready to set sail. But this final version is very different to the game we first saw in 2017. Across its development journey, the naval battler has changed forms multiple times, with its final design emerging from a major reboot that prolonged development and left several prototypes shipwrecked.
There's always things that you can salvage.
It got a lot bigger.
This studio knows how to ship AAA games.
This is the inside story of Skull and Bones' many delays and the challenges that caused them. In Skull and Bones, the Indian Ocean is your playground. You're free to explore its open world and hunt down the food and materials you need to survive in the golden age of piracy. You can take on contracts that build your infamy and push you towards the ultimate goal of becoming a fearsome pirate kingpin. Its story is minimalist, promoting your own adventures and the self-made tales of the other players that also sail these online seas. But Skull and Bones wasn't always this live service open world survival game. In fact, Skull and Bones has been multiple different games, or at least ideas for games, before it became what it is today. Our story starts in 2017, when Ubisoft revealed a brand new pirate game at its annual E3 conference. The presentation was led by creative director Justin Farron, a member of Ubisoft Singapore studio and a veteran producer of Assassin's Creed since the days of Black Flag.
Skull and Bones takes place in a shared systemic world, where you can sail solo or form a gang of pirates with your friends, and together terrorize the trade routes of the Indian Ocean.
But that shared world was not what Ubisoft showed in its gameplay demonstration.
It was more like a hero arena shooter, but with ships. It was a 5v5 arena-based multiplayer.
Known as Loot Hunt, this multiplayer mode seemed to be a naval-themed take on hero shooters like Rainbow Six Siege and Overwatch, rather than the sort of seafaring MMO that Farron had described. But Ubisoft assured that Skull and Bones would be bigger than what we'd seen. It would have a shared world, seasonal content, and a narrative campaign that would flow into the multiplayer experience.
Our campaign is actually integrated into the experience in our PvE and our PvP.
I see.
So players, again, they start as an upstart captain. They work their way up. Narrative's important.
All of this, Ubisoft said, would launch in the fall of 2018. 1 year later, just weeks before E3 2018, Skull and Bones was pushed back until at least 2019. Despite the delay, it was still part of Ubisoft's E3 conference, and it looked radically different to how it did in 2017. Rather than 5v5 multiplayer, the new demo showcased a cooperative game in which players teamed up to take down a powerful enemy warship. Was this the shared world that had been promised the previous year? Or had Skull and Bones morphed into a different game entirely?
We like to see it as an evolution of the game. Not a different game necessarily, but we wanted to expand. We knew we had something great, it was feeling great, it was looking great, but why don't we offer more? Why don't we offer more variety in gameplay and bring back that exploration that was very popular in Black Flag? We wanted to do the biggest pirate naval open world game we could do.
As E3 2018 drew to a close, few people would have anticipated the 4 years they would have to wait until they saw Skull and Bones again. The following year, it was delayed until sometime after March 2020, and Ubisoft's E3 2019 conference went ahead without even a single new screenshot. Just months later, a third delay was announced. In 2020, Ubisoft revealed that the studio had found a new vision, which subsequently led to a fourth delay. As the years and delays went by, not a single thing was seen of Skull and Bones. In July 2021, the long silence was broken, but not by Ubisoft. A damning report from Kotaku painted a picture of a studio in chaos. It claimed that over the course of 8 years, Skull and Bones had been helmed by 3 different creative directors, each of which worked to different documents, meaning that many concepts, including an Assassin's Creed spin-off and the modes we'd seen at E3, had been scrapped in favour of building different designs. Anonymous interviews with current and former developers suggested that the project was a mismanaged nightmare, lacking direction. It was a report that raised dozens of questions, but the biggest of them was the simplest. What on earth was happening inside Ubisoft Singapore?
The studio's contributed to every Assassin's Creed title since AC2. This studio knows how to ship AAA games, and that's why we got the opportunity to lead on Skull and Bones.
Ubisoft Singapore started life in 2008 as a small support studio. Over the years, it has grown from a handful of people to a few hundred staff, working on games such as Prince of Persia and Ghost Recon. Its most famous creation, though, is Assassin's Creed 3's Naval Combat, which went on to form the foundations of Black Flag. With that series-defining success, the Singapore team saw a new and exciting future for themselves. They wanted to be more than a support studio. They wanted to take Naval Combat to the next level and create an original game of their own. But making a great game is far from an easy task, particularly when it's your first time as a lead developer.
There's nothing in the video game industry that's harder than building a new IP. You think you know what the game is, but you're really discovering in many ways as you go and finding out what resonates with your players.
You're trying to find the recipe, you're trying to find that core gameplay loop, you're trying to find what the IP is when you're making something new. Not everything makes it, but you learn from all the things that don't make it and hope that what's left is the best it can be. It's a journey, it's a process of iteration. Right?
Creating a new game is difficult, but it's even more of a challenge without leadership. In late 2018, creative director Justin Farron was making preparations to depart Ubisoft Singapore. He would leave the following summer, but the need for a new creative director raised questions about more than just leadership. What was this game's identity? Was it a PvP multiplayer arena or a co-op open world? Was it a narrative campaign or a live service game? If Skull and Bones was to survive this development storm, it needed help. The search was on for a new captain.
The current direction of the game really started to take shape when Elizabeth Pellin joined as creative director, which I believe was about 3 years-ish ago.
The vision that Elizabeth, our creative director, came in with was very clear. I mean, it was taking what was the original Skull and Bones, the 5v5 shooter, and turning it into an open world game where players can choose the way they're going to experience the world and really become their own pirate.
Ubisoft knew that Skull and Bones was in need of an experienced, steady hand. That seniority was found in Elizabeth Pellin, a 20-year-plus Ubisoft veteran and vice president of its editorial team. Pellin had significant experience in directing games with online features, and so it was believed she was ideally suited to a project attempting to work out its own multiplayer identity.
At the end of 2018, Ubisoft was looking for someone who was familiar with the processes of creating a new IP. They were also looking for someone to help Skull and Bones to turn the most promising prototypes and demo into a full game experience.
Prototypes, demos. Despite having initially planned for a 2018 release, Skull and Bones was still in the prototyping phase by the end of that year. And while the open world had been showcased at E3 that summer, internally, Skull and Bones was still a small-scale versus game.
At that time, the game was a 5 versus 5 PvP arena. The 5 versus 5 was fun to play, but sometimes it was also difficult for the player to maneuver inside an arena with such big ships. Because the ships didn't have a lot of customizable options, it was difficult for us to project on the long term, while on the open world, the game experience had more potentials.
But that potential was still in its early stages. Despite having been discussed as part of the initial reveal, the open world still didn't exist beyond the demo built for E3 2018. So far, it was just a taste of what Ubisoft Singapore hoped Skull and Bones would one day become.
The chunk of open world was a 15-minute demo that did showcase different classes of ship. It was not yet an entire open world. They tried to develop the PvP arena and the open world in parallel, but it was a little bit challenging for the team because it was the first time that most of the talents had the opportunity to create their own IP. We thought that it would be safer and maybe more interesting for the players also to fully focus on the open world.
If Skull and Bones was to succeed, the Ubisoft Singapore team would first need to find its focus. On Pellin's advice, all staff would move to the open world design and build that up from a demo into a full game. Any other idea the team wasn't fully capable of building in parallel would be cancelled, and so the 5v5 mode was abandoned. A third mode, the previously promised narrative single-player campaign, was also in development, and that would also need to be scrapped.
It was a little bit challenging for the team because it was their first IP, and building a solo campaign is really time-consuming. We didn't have the full team to deliver a full solo campaign.
Beyond the issues with development of the game itself, Pellin also saw that the studio was in need of someone experienced in building and launching a complete original game.
The studio was a little bit isolated also from the other studios and from the HQ. And since I had spent some time on both the production side and also the editorial side, I thought that I would be maybe a great addition to the project to help them with the editorial expectations and also to help them to go through the different milestones required to ship a game.
With Pellin as the ship's new captain, Skull and Bones would finally find its true heading, the new vision that Ubisoft would later announce in 2020. But why a new vision? Why, after years of development, old visions and little genuine progress, did Ubisoft not just cancel the entire project? Why was staff not reassigned to other games?
That's a question I'm sure many people have, is why has this game continued for so long? I think that in many other companies, maybe it wouldn't have survived as long as it has.
Ubisoft supports projects they believe in, teams they believe in. I firmly believe that they knew that there was something with this. This didn't feel quite right, but they wanted to see what they could do. So they asked a very experienced creative to come in and take a look at how she could influence the project and take it in that direction, which is what has happened.
There was, apparently, another factor too. Kotaku's report claimed that the studio made a deal with the local government that requires Ubisoft Singapore to launch an original game within the next few years. In short, the studio may be legally required to deliver Skull and Bones. When IGN asked if this is true, Ubisoft declined to comment. Regardless of the details keeping it in development, one thing was clear: Skull and Bones needed reworking. It needed to leave its campaign and 5v5 mode behind and fully focus on the shared open world that it had promised. And so Pellin moved to Singapore and took over as creative director, ready to rally the team around a new vision.
I arrived on the project with one simple question, is how do you become a pirate? What did blow my mind? At that time, all those legendary pirates in Indian Ocean started with almost nothing to become the rock stars of the 17th centuries. They had to face unpredictable storms, they had to survive to mutinies, to shark attacks, and sometimes starvations. Suddenly, for me, it made this fantasy more relatable because it means that anyone could become a pirate.
The idea of that journey became the foundation for Pellin's vision, a live service open-world game all about survival. This new version of Skull and Bones would feature resource gathering, trading, and crafting. A deep progression system would chart your rise from a nobody to a notorious kingpin. If it was a key part of the dangerous life of a pirate, Pellin wanted it in the game.
My mandate was to deliver an authentic pirate experience within a deep multiplayer open world. So the first objective was to develop a vast, fully seamless open world dedicated to generate emergent content, but also to provide several activities to both solo, PvE and PvP players. Then the second big step we took is to break down our ships, but also the captain pirate role into different layers of progressions. The third pillar we worked on was the narrative. So we really wanted to give the opportunity to the player to write their own story. So instead of working on a solo campaign, that would have prevented the team to really create a deep open world, we built a lore that can be consumed like a puzzle in the order you want. Those are really the three pillars we work on to capitalize on the existing naval combat system to bring it to the next level.
Helen's vision was effectively a reboot that refocused the team back to its original promise of a shared systemic world. But where a reboot at Ubisoft would typically see a team reduced down to its core creatives and then slowly built back up as the game took form, Ubisoft Singapore was unable to do that.
All the new IPs at Ubisoft went through 1 or 2 reboots. In the case of Skull and Bones, we could not really reboot the game because we could not ramp down the team. So we had to continue, we had to make some adjustment, but to continue to work with 500 people. In Montreal, it's easy also to transfer some people or to offer them the opportunity to work for a while on another game before to go back to the initial titles they are started. And in Singapore, it was not possible at that time for several reasons. So we had to work with this big team.
But the development team faced that challenge head-on. By building the new vision around the core naval combat systems that the studio had already crafted for 5v5 multiplayer, they ensured that Skull and Bones did not have to be started again from scratch. Much of the team's previous hard work would not be lost.
And there's always things that you can salvage. A reboot is never a total reboot. So the navigation, how the ship felt, all of those things was even in the game you saw before. They felt good. They were pretty good. But how do we bring that into a progressive system for the player? How do we have more depth to that combat, not just more arcadey, cannons go boom type of gameplay. So all of that needed to be introduced.
It got a lot bigger and technically it got a lot more complex. Of course, it means that some things need to be reworked, some things need to be changed and timelines adjusted, and it is part of the reason why we need more time. If we have these cool ideas, we want to add to the scope, add to the vision.
Talk of your deeds grows louder.
Rallied around this new survival vision, the Singapore team geared up into full development. And by July 2022, 4 years after its last public showing, Ubisoft was confident enough in Skull and Bones to reveal its new form to the world.
Welcome to Skull and Bones. Our game takes place during the golden age of piracy, in a world inspired by the beautiful yet dangerous Indian Ocean.
But rather than being met by unanimous applause, the re-reveal was greeted by cautious skepticism and mixed feelings from the gaming community.
Of course, we are a little bit sad that some players expected Assassin's Creed Black Flag 2. Since the beginning of this reboot, we collaborated with players through our insider programs. We did a lot of playtests also to be sure that the processes of creation will follow players' expectations.
The best feedback, of course, comes when players have actually been able to play the game, and that was planned to be soon. The re-reveal came with the first solid release date, November 8, 2022. In less than half a year, the team's work would finally be in players' hands. 3 months later, Ubisoft delayed Skull and Bones for the 5th time. 3 months after that, Ubisoft delayed Skull and Bones for the 6th time. 6 delays across 6 years. Few games have suffered as many publicly announced postponements as Skull and Bones. It's a situation that's damaged the game's reputation, turning it into the butt of many internet jokes. But the re-reveal proved that Skull and Bones was still alive. Not just alive, but apparently on track. Almost ready, even. So, what happened? Skull and Bones' early years saw the studio struggle to find the right design framework. That accounts for the first delay. But while the team was put on the right path when Elizabeth Pellon joined in 2019, the journey towards her survival-focused vision could not be finished within the initially planned timeline. The next 4 delays were the result of numerous design struggles, from technology shifts to simply ensuring the game was fun enough for players.
The particularity of Skull and Bones is that our entire world is a social hub. So it's a full seamless PvE and PvP experience, supported also by PvE server. It did require for a lot of talents to work outside of their comfort zone. When you build a seamless world dedicated to generate emergent content, you have to accept that a part of the content will escape to your control. It's so difficult to control the player experience that took us some while also.
Just like a proper pirate would.
We had to involve partner studios to gather different pieces of content and put them together and aggregate them into a world that took some time. And the more systemic is the game, the more bugs you have to fix as well.
Further complicating things was the release of the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series consoles. The increased power of these machines was naturally a boon for an open world filled to the horizon with technologically advanced water technology, and so the decision was made to make Skull and Bones a new generation exclusive. The process to convert the game from old to new gen took almost 6 months. But complex work and shifting timelines weren't the only issues endured by development staff. In the summer of 2020, the Singapore studio was caught up in the wave of allegations facing Ubisoft regarding workplace toxicity, harassment, and misconduct. Following an investigation, managing director Hugh Ricord was removed from his position in November 2020 in response to unacceptable behaviour. Ricord was reassigned to Ubisoft's Paris HQ and replaced by Daryl Long, who moved to Singapore in March 2021. Ubisoft Singapore's managerial issues appear to extend beyond just Ricord though. Posting to company review website Glassdoor, former staff have criticised studio management for lack of direction and incompetence. Talking to Kotaku, one former developer said, "The toxic culture permeating the Singapore studio is in no small part responsible for most of the production issues, reboots, rebrands, and re-reboots that have plagued Skull and Bones for a decade." When asked if management had struggled to handle the project, a Ubisoft spokesperson said, "The well-being of our teams is our first priority, and we are committed to continually improving our workplace and production policies and processes to ensure we're offering a healthy work environment for all our teams. With regards to improving conditions during the rush to finalise a project, we have taken steps to manage this by implementing tools to facilitate more efficient project management, working closer with quality control teams early in development, and integrating more checkpoints during production to be better prepared for launch." In the Singapore studio, we have put in place flexible work policies and adapted benefits to support a healthy work-life balance. We also have in place an employee wellness team, and are proud to have seen their work being recognised by several industry awards for their efforts in promoting mental and physical health. This is an ongoing process, and we must continue to be agile in order to build a better work environment for all our teams. Our teams are fully focused and motivated to create great experiences for our players. With so many development complications and pressures, delays have become a fact of life for Ubisoft Singapore's developers. To work for so many years on a seemingly never-ending project can sometimes be discouraging, and so looking after the team's mental health has been important.
There's an impact, we're working really hard, and of course we want people to experience and play what we're working on, but I think it's important, I think many of us feel this way, is not to be so end goal driven. We accept that the delay means more time to make a better game.
It's a tough one, right? You're going to have times where deadlines change, where you shift in direction and you need to push things. So it's really about making sure that the team sees it as not a negative thing, right? Because it almost never is. So really, it's about team health. How do we make sure that the team understands why and what we want to accomplish with that extra time?
And a great example of a feature that did get added later on in the development is the infamy system. In many ways, that's one of the central pillars of the game, is the idea you're becoming this infamous pirate. But building that into something that players can progress their own way, and that's something that we saw as we went. That was a great opportunity to enhance the experience and the fantasy of being a pirate.
Alongside those delays, the project has also seen a rotation of senior staff. When it was announced in 2017, Bill Money was Skull and Bones game director, but he soon moved on to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Associate game director Antoine Henry also moved on to Assassin's Creed Valhalla in 2018, only to rejoin Skull and Bones in 2021 and then leave by the end of that December. Senior game director Ryan Barnard, who joined in 2021, would only stay with the studio until spring 2023. Creative director Justin Farron was replaced by Elizabeth Pellon, who has also since left the project, although Ubisoft says her creative duties are now complete. The result of these staff changes is that, in the final months of pre-release development, Skull and Bones has been captained by relative newcomers, with its senior producer and game director having joined the studio in 2022. Regardless of their experience though, they're still eager to deliver something special.
The benefit for me coming in at the end was fresh eyes. The second thing was that I don't have to be trying or prototyping some things if that's been explored before.
There's a lot of responsibility I think that we as a team have. The narrative is, hey, when is this game launching? When I showed up here immediately, when are we going live?
Ubisoft has finally settled on a final release date for Skull and Bones, February 16, 2024. 15 months and 2 delays later than its previously planned November 2022 launch.
At the end of the day, the game wasn't where the company wanted it to be. The last 12 to 18 months has been doubling down on the things that are great about this game. That required more time, that required more public-facing tests, more technical tests, more deep diving into the nuances of core and naval combat and co-op and some of these other things that are big parts of the product offering.
We made improvements to what we call the ship archetypes now, to define the roles, to fit better the multiplayer situation. So we kind of pushed the extremes a bit to let players know now, we do have archetypes in the game, we do have DPS, we do have tanks, we do have support, right?
The first beta that we had really, I think, set the tone for belief. Belief in the product, belief in what we were offering. It was fun, it was cool, it was engaging, but also it gave us a lot of valuable feedback on areas that we could improve. As a result of that, we've added First Mate, for example, to your ship.
Pretty, huh?
One thing that came up a lot, I would say boarding is only a cutscene, so we kind of acted upon it. Boarding is now using grappling hooks. You need to aim, you need to understand, you need to have a feeling of range. It's no longer as straightforward as just pressing a button. As you've seen in the last closed beta, we have sea monsters and ghost ships now, right? It's really, finding what is cool for the players in terms of pirate fantasy to add to the game.
Removing the constraints of historical accuracy, I think really excited the team quite a bit. We are investing in naval combat in a space that's inspired by 17th century Indian Ocean piracy, what we call the golden age of piracy. But it's really fun to be able to say okay, well, what's our next sea monster that we're working on? How is the ghost ship moving forward from here? What gameplay can we bring? I think the more that we focused on the fun, the more that we focused on what was cool, I think the game then really took on a life of its own. That's put us now on the path to be able to, in a very public way, at the Game Awards say, you know what, we are ready. We feel like we've accomplished what we were trying to do over the last couple months. It's time to get out there and go live.
For close to a decade, Ubisoft Singapore has been building and rebuilding Skull and Bones. The team, both long-serving veterans and recent recruits, have been through a lot, but they've finally made it to the harbour.
I think it's amazing the amount of resilience that they've shown and the changes in direction that we've talked about also. I mean, these are things that the team has adjusted as they go and said, we're not giving up. We're going to ship this game and we're going to make it great. And I'm really proud of what this team has done, and they should be very proud of themselves as well, bringing this game to completion.
It was not easy to create great synergy between the navigation and the aiming system, but they succeeded to do it. We developed it in a huge open world. I think it's the biggest open world that Ubisoft ever created, and now this open world offers a lot of opportunity to develop new activities, new narrative layers. It's like we planted a lot of seeds, and that are exciting to grow now.
But the journey doesn't end here. In many ways, it's just the beginning. All of that hard work was in service of creating a live service game that will continue to evolve. And so now development begins on DLC, seasonal content, and the future of Skull and Bones.
The seasons will have themes. That's where we may introduce new enemy types, new factions, some of the things we talked about, maybe more fantastical enemies. It's also where we can react to the community and bring in new elements that maybe they've been asking for that we didn't think of. Ubisoft has already committed to this game for years in the future.
With those seasonal ambitions, Ubisoft Singapore hopes that Skull and Bones is here to stay, and that players will find something to cherish among its lovingly created digital waves.
I think players will find their own story in the game. If after they've played the game for 5 years, they'll look back and they'll say, I was the one defining what it means to be an infamous pirate, and I got to tell my own story. Maybe at some point they're ranked at the top of the world, and they'll be able to look back and say, I was the most infamous pirate in the world. I can't think of anything cooler than that.
Becoming the home for a passionate community of online pirates is the ultimate goal for Skull and Bones. But regardless of its eventual success, and despite the difficulties faced by staff, the journey to this point has been something important for Ubisoft Singapore.
I do feel like Skull and Bones will be part of us for a long time. It's our first led AAA studio coming out of Singapore. Yeah, I hope we don't forget about that. We should be proud of that.
One huge reboot, 3 release dates, 6 delays. Skull and Bones' journey across the development waters has been far from easy. Idea after idea had to be jettisoned and thrown away. High-profile departures and scandal rocked the studio, but the dedication of the development team helped see the project through even the darkest days. Over many years, Skull and Bones has been many things, but its final form is now ready to set sail, and that final form is, surprisingly, the one promised in its very first public appearance, a shared, systemic world in which players strive to become the ultimate pirate kingpin. But it's a form that means that what Skull and Bones is today is likely not what it will be tomorrow. Its evolutionary cycle now begins anew, the design shifting and changing as Ubisoft Singapore reacts not just to the demands of its management, but its players too. It's a destiny that's fitting of a game that's constantly changed since its inception. What will remain constant is the story. The story of a development team who endured everything in effort to bring their first complete original game to life. Whatever that game was, whatever that game is, and whatever that game may be, the legend of Skull and Bones will long be as famous as the black and white flag its pirates fly.
Say, were you ever in old St. Anne? St. Anne, old St. Anne. You eat what you find and you drink what you can. Only in old St. Anne. Hey! Only in old St. Anne.
Hello and welcome to the Star Wars Outlaws Story Trailer Developer Breakdown. Today I'm going to give you more information about what you saw in the new story trailer, including details about new characters and criminal syndicates.
Each of you represents some of the most powerful criminal organizations in the galaxy.
Sliro is one of the galaxy's elite, living in Canto Bight and leading his own burgeoning and highly lethal criminal syndicate, Zarek Besh. Sliro organized this gathering of syndicates as a demonstration of that power, and to show that his organization, Zarek Besh, should not be crossed.
It's a golden age for the underworld.
In the golden age of crime syndicates, the syndicates in Star Wars Outlaws are spread across the Outer Rim, and their impact can be felt everywhere. We have previously shared that the Pike Syndicate, the Hutt Cartel, and the Ashiga Clan, which is a new syndicate created in close collaboration between Massive Entertainment and Lucasfilm Games, are in the game. Today, we got to reveal that the elegant and sophisticated, yet highly dangerous syndicate, Crimson Dawn, will also be a key player in the underworld of Star Wars Outlaws.
Kay Vess.
Across the Outer Rim, Kay will build her reputation and form tense and ever-changing alliances with each of these syndicates, which will offer varying gameplay and narrative opportunities depending on your actions. Whether providing you access to some of the most lucrative jobs in the galaxy, or hunting you down if you've double-crossed them.
What do you want?
Zarek Besh. You crossed their boss Sliro, and now he wants you gone.
Jalen is somewhat of a mentor for Kay. He's a fellow scoundrel that has a lot of experience in the underworld, and he sees potential in her.
Rob his fortune, buy your freedom.
Jalen offers Kay her one shot at ultimate freedom to pull off one of the greatest heists the galaxy has ever seen. As a member of the galaxy's elite, Sliro's mansion is heavily fortified by multiple levels of security and his own personal syndicate, Zarek Besh. After a failed job, Sliro doesn't take kindly to Kay, placing a bounty on her head and sending one of the galaxy's best bounty hunters, Vale, to hunt her down.
This job, it's a death wish.
The legendary Hutt Cartel represent one of the criminal syndicates that Kay will encounter during her journey across the Outer Rim. Kay and Nyx will come face to face with their leader Jabba in his iconic throne room on Tatooine, but the Hutt presence will be felt across other locations and planets too, where you will meet some new faces of the Hutt Cartel, so you'll need to be careful as your reputation will follow you.
Out here you live and die by your reputation.
These syndicates have real power in the underworld in each of the locations Kay and Nyx will visit on their journey. Their impact and influence will be felt wherever you go. From the vendors you interact with, the jobs you take on, the support you receive, and even the access you have to certain territories.
This job is my one shot at freedom.
Attempting to rob Sliro's mansion alone would be impossible. Even if Kay and Nyx got in, they wouldn't be getting out. In order to pull off the job, Kay and Nyx will need to travel across the Outer Rim to find skilled outlaws and convince them to join her in pulling off the greatest heist the galaxy has ever seen. There's a lot of fun and exciting characters that you'll meet on your journey, some of whom you see here.
Hang on.
I hire you because you are one of the best hunters in the Outer Rim.
Raised in the underworld, Vale has had a toe in every syndicate and has learned from each of them. Because of her experience, Vale is a formidable adversary for Kay. She can fight, pilot, hunt, smuggle, anything she needs to do in order to pull off a job and claim her bounty.
Bess is mixed up in something bigger.
Kay grew up alone, fighting for scraps in the workers' district of Canto Bight, relying on her skills as a thief and Nyx to pull off small cons to get by. Kay has always felt that the galaxy is rigged against people like her, and has always dreamt of a life beyond Canto, where she does not answer to anyone. This job is her opportunity to make her dream a reality, and to finally be truly free.
Star Wars Outlaws, pre-order available now.
Good boy.
I want that fighter stripped for parts by tomorrow.
On it. All right, Nyx. Let's go get paid. That worked.
He's the boss because he knows how to handle the Empire.
We cannot trust those officers. They take our credits now, but what stops them from stabbing us in the back?
Nyx. Hit that button. Nice one. Hang on tight, little buddy.
I was just leaving. Okay, we'll figure this out. Shield. Hey, Nyx! Catch! This is getting bad. Let's try this out. Dink Ferric! I think that went pretty well, right? These guys don't quit! Hang on! That was close. ND5, I got the package. Where are you?
Waiting for you in Jauntus Hope. Were you seen?
I said I got it. What else matters?
Should I assume we won't be working for the Pikes anytime soon?
Well, they'll probably forgive me.
Comforting.
There's Jauntus Hope. We made it, Nix. Hey, Andy.
You're late, Kay. Donka's waiting.
What? Are you worried?
No.
Okay.
No, but you're Troy.
What?
Be careful. Donka's a broker, not a friend. She can't be trusted.
Who can out here? See you back at the ship.
Round 2 and I still like my odds. K-Vess. Back already. I told you she's fresh, but she's good.
Who's this?
Just a friend. Join us.
Job was more complicated than you said, Donka.
You lived. Hey, these aren't toys. They're investments.
Wait. We haven't met. Don't really know many of you.
Stealing illegal contraband, running with syndicates. I could say you're a threat to the Empire. But I won't have to, if you're smart.
Thanks. But I'm smart enough to get myself out of trouble.
You pay the tax just like everyone else.
Whoa, kid, let's just relax.
You won't make it off to Shara alive.
Maybe.
All troopers, we have reports of a fugitive in Jauntus Hope. Move to apprehend.
That Imperial announcement wouldn't be about you, would it?
Could be.
I told you not to trust her.
Not the first time we've outrun the Empire.
We need to leave.
Yeah, no kidding.
Nothing on the sensors, yet.
Anybody on the sensors now?
TIE fighters on us.
Got one!
I feel inclined to remind you that we should shake the Empire, quickly.
Thanks, I'm working on it. ND, get us out of here.
Installing hyperdrive.
Let's jump. We made it.
Hey. Got your new toy.
So, where do we go next?
Anywhere we want.
This job, it's a death wish. I'm in.
Star Wars fans have a brand new AAA game to look forward to this year. Star Wars Outlaws is coming August 30th, and it promises to put players in the shoes of smuggler, criminal, and all-around scoundrel Kay Vess. Kay must navigate from the criminal underworld in a desperate bid to pull off an impossible heist and buy her freedom. With Ubisoft releasing a new trailer for Star Wars Outlaws, we have a better idea what Kay's mission involves and the many criminals and villains she'll encounter along the way. Let's break down everything we learned from this new footage, from the new and returning criminal syndicates to that unexpected Han Solo cameo.
Vess is mixed up in something bigger.
Star Wars movies may be all about the conflict between factions like the Empire and Rebel Alliance, or First Order and the Resistance. But there are other powers at play. The Star Wars universe is home to a number of criminal organizations, all vying for control of territory, contraband, and even illegal drugs. Star Wars Outlaws thrusts players into the heart of the criminal underworld. You'll take missions for different organizations, increasing your standing with some, while you also risk making enemies of others. Being a free agent in the Star Wars underworld isn't going to be easy. The new Outlaws trailer reveals some of the organizations who will play a role in the game. Unsurprisingly, Jabba the Hutt has a part to play in this story. He's not just the most iconic Star Wars gangster of them all, but also arguably the biggest force in the criminal underworld in this time period. The trailer confirms Kay Vess will come face to face with Jabba during the course of the game, much to her chagrin.
Okay, we're skipping that part.
We also see members of the Pike Syndicate in the trailer. The Pikes have played a major role in various Star Wars TV series, like the Book of Boba Fett and the Clone Wars. These unusual fish-headed humanoids are notorious for controlling much of the galaxy's spice supply. Not unlike Dune, spice is a rare substance valued as a narcotic by the galaxy's wealthy elite. We also see a representative from Crimson Dawn, the organization first introduced in Solo: A Star Wars Story. At this point in the timeline, Crimson Dawn's old ruler Maul is dead. It's now led by Han Solo's old girlfriend, Kira. As seen in Star Wars comics like War of the Bounty Hunters and Crimson Reign, Kira's ultimate goal is to use her power and resources to bring down the Sith Lords who secretly rule the galaxy. The game appears to be set after the War of Bounty Hunters, as we see the carbonite frozen Han Solo on display in Jabba's palace, but before Crimson Dawn's final collapse and Kira's disappearance. So, does this mean we could actually see her appear in Outlaws? According to a report by Game Informer, we will. We may see familiar organizations like the Hutts and the Pikes in the trailer, but they aren't the main enemy Kay Vess will be contending with in the game. That's where Zarek Besh comes in. Zarek Besh is another major power player in the criminal underworld, but not one included as part of the 5 crime syndicates. This faction was first introduced in Marvel's Star Wars comics, where we saw Kira and Crimson Dawn manipulate Zarek Besh into waging war on the Hutts. Again, we're guessing the game is set before that conflict, which is known as the Syndicate War. As revealed in the trailer, Zarek Besh is ruled by a human named Sliro. Sliro is a wealthy, opportunistic crime lord who sees great opportunity in the current state of galactic affairs. With the Empire spending so much time and effort hunting the Rebel Alliance, that leaves the criminal cartels plenty of room to make their move and rake in more money. That's if they can work together, of course. The scene where Sliro is making his pitch to the Hutts, Pikes, and Crimson Dawn is taking place on Canto Bight, the casino planet introduced in 2017's Star Wars: The Last Jedi. That's no coincidence. Canto Bight is also where we met Benicio del Toro's character DJ, a scoundrel with an important lesson to impart. In a galaxy that's trapped in a perpetual cycle of war, the real winners are those who know how to profit off of that war.
Oh. I'm the good.
Sliro clearly views himself as part of that crowd.
It's an opportunity to make millions.
From what we know about the plot of Star Wars Outlaws so far, the conflict begins when Kay runs afoul of Sliro and the crime lord puts a major bounty on her head. From there, Kay is given a choice: run and hide, or attempt to steal Sliro's vast fortune and buy her freedom. We won't need to tell you which option she picks. Every mission in Outlaws is about bringing Kay one step closer to her overarching goal of landing the galaxy's biggest payday. It's also worth mentioning the game will introduce another crime syndicate called the Ashiga Clan. We don't know much about this group yet. They were created specifically for the game, but they look to be one more source of both opportunity and danger for Kay. We do know that they're native to the icy world of Kijimi, another returning planet from the sequel trilogy. Star Wars Outlaws is avoiding a lot of the trappings fans might expect from the franchise. There are no Jedi Knights or lightsabers in sight. Even though this game is set during the year between the events of The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, the Rebel Alliance is out of the picture, biding their time and waiting for the right moment to strike. This game is all about shining a light on the dirty underbelly of the Star Wars universe. Han Solo may be the only main character from the original trilogy we actually see in this game, and as we've already discussed, this is taking place in that period where Han is stuck in suspended animation as a trophy on Jabba's wall. Han is there as a pointed reminder of how delicate Kay's position is. As she navigates her way through the underworld and curries favor with different crime syndicates, Kay has one wrong move from ending up just like Han Solo. So, will we see any existing Star Wars characters at all? Or are Jabba, Kira, and Frozen Han the only links to the larger franchise? There's certainly potential to bring in more familiar faces.
She's more connected than you let on, Sliro.
We'd bet good credits on at least one familiar bounty hunter rearing their head up during the course of the game. The trailer introduces a new female character whom Sliro hires to produce Kay, but we highly doubt she's the only one after that bounty. We could see characters like Dengar, Forlom, or IG-88 take up the hunt, and who knows, maybe Outlaws will follow the footsteps of dark forces and shadows in the Empire by including Boba Fett as a major boss character. We're even crossing our fingers that Outlaws might serve as the video game debut for fan-favorite character Dr. Shelley Apra. Apra is a rogue archaeologist and former right-hand woman to Darth Vader himself, and she's perfect for a game set in the seedy underbelly of the Star Wars universe. The trailer gives us a slightly better look at the crew of the Trailblazer and confirms that Kay won't be working completely alone in Star Wars Outlaws. We don't know any of these characters' names yet, but Kay will be accompanied by a motley team of droids and aliens as she prepares for the biggest heist of her career. That crew includes ND5, a reprogrammed trenchcoat-clad commando droid seen at several points in the trailer. ND5 looks to be helpful as a bodyguard, as at one point we see him pushing away Sliro's hired bounty hunter. Kay's crew also looks to include a Rodian. This character is apparently good with technology, as we can see him activating a Black Protocol droid. Interestingly enough, that droid looks very similar to 000, a sadistic former partner of Dr. Aphra. So is this just a superficial similarity, or is it a clue that a popular Star Wars comic character is making the jump to games? Undoubtedly, Kay's most important ally, however, is her furry companion Nyx. Nyx is a Mariqual and the closest thing Kay has to a family in this lonely galaxy. The trailer hints as to how Nyx will play a role in the game. We see him sneaking through an Imperial facility and stealing a blaster rifle for Kay to use. Expect him to be an integral part of stealth missions and puzzles, as he can activate faraway buttons and distract enemies. While Outlaws is all about navigating the criminal underworld and with the Empire during her missions. As she stirs up trouble on the various worlds in this game, Kay will attract unwanted attention from the Empire and even directly do battle with them, both on ground and aboard her ship. Most of the footage in the trailer of Kay battling Imperial forces seems to empathize stealth, but the shot of a charging Death Trooper suggests that Kay won't be able to navigate every confrontation with stealth alone. The more attention she attracts, the more Kay will draw down the wrath of Emperor Palpatine's military down upon her. That includes vehicular combat as well as gunplay. The trailer features a shot of an AT-ST walker, and we see footage of a dogfight between the Trailblazer and a group of TIE fighters. In this game, the Rebel Alliance may be lying low right now, but the Empire is still out in full force. Tatooine may just be the most iconic planet in the Star Wars galaxy, and it's one of the open world playgrounds on offer in Outlaws. It also makes sense that Kay would be visiting Luke Skywalker's former home planet, as both Jabba the Hutt and the Pike Syndicate control territory there. The trailer makes it clear that some of Tatooine's more dangerous fauna will be appearing in the game. At one point we see Kay plunging down towards the Sarlacc. We can only assume that this means her meeting with Jabba doesn't go too well. We can also see Kay dodging a massive crate dragon in the open desert. These enormous beasts are pretty much the biggest and nastiest creatures on the planet. They're incredibly hard to kill, but that doesn't stop a handful of foolish treasure hunters eager to harvest the valuable pearls inside their bodies. Kay seems just desperate enough that she might take on a mission to kill a crate dragon and steal its treasure. At this point, we can only wonder what other giant beasts will be in the game. Massive Entertainment has even created an entirely new world called Toshara, and who knows what monsters lurk on this brand new planet. And that's all we were able to glean from the new Star Wars Outlaws trailer. Which world are you most excited to visit? Which iconic Star Wars characters will put in an appearance? Let us know what you think in the comments below. And as always, make sure to like and subscribe to IGN wherever you watch.
But all I want is to live free. So I'm gonna risk it all. Hold on, Nick!
Who are you? Who do you serve?
All I have ever known in my life. Our land. Our customs. My family. Burns in the name of unification.
Still a frog in a well, who knows nothing of the sea. The ocean's filled with new ships, but they all come from the same river. Greed. Power. Vengeance.
And you? Will you continue down that river? Or choose another path beyond what we see?
And we must look for it together. We must learn to trust, rebuild.
And follow the blade.
Who do you serve? We are the shadows.
That served the light.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the PM Studio Showcase. Yeah. Since 2008, PM Studios has released iconic titles like DJ Max Portable, HOA, My Time at Sandrock, and many more. Everyone in PM Studios loves supporting fun, engrossing, and downright cool games, and today IGN is proud to team up with them to unveil some of the titles coming soon, show you never-before-seen trailers, and even check out some titles you can try out right now on the IGN Live show floor. So, without further ado, let's get into the games. First up, it's the world premiere for the first-person puzzle game with a ton of humor. After filing a few workplace safety reforms in the shredder, Chromagun 2 Die Hard marks the return of the color-based puzzle shooter that brings cutting-edge technology and an endless supply of lead-free paint to the everyday humdrum lab routine. Check it out.
Side effects of exposure to the Chromagun. Hallucination. Time.
Welcome to Chroma Labs, you wondrous little creature.
Our facility has another collection of tests we'd like you to participate in. Color is very important. You can see colors, right?
Things get a bit more complex this time around. Not to worry, though. Your well-being is our priority #1.
You see how the Chromagun works? It's called magnetoid chromatism. That's a word we invented.
Dearie, please remember, not solving tests as instructed is a bad idea.
Whoa! Sorry, I may have miscalibrated the portal. If you saw other universes, don't worry. You won't be visiting any of them.
Seriously risking all life in the universe because you have a problem with authority?
Remember when I told you not to destroy the fabric of reality? What the hell happened?
Let's just pretend this is all perfectly normal.
You can paint your way to victory in Chromagun 2 Die Hard, and you can check out the demo right here at IGN Live. Now, if you're a fan of stylish RPGs with roguelike elements, well, this next title lets you keep your items even after you die. Each death comes with an opportunity to try new skills, forge new alliances, and triumph over Guardian's forces. It's the side-scroller every classic dungeon crawler fan should be excited for. Take a look. Dragon is Dead looks like a damned good time, and it's available right now in early access on Steam. You can also dive into Dragon is Dead at the PM Studios booth right here at ign-live. Next, it's the world premiere of Roshpit Champions 2. Take a look. That was your first look at Roshpit Champions 2, a multiplayer RPG that's come a long way since its humble beginnings as a Dota 2 mod. If you're a fan of long nights of gear hunting and character leveling, we've got a special surprise for you. Here's an in-depth look at early gameplay. Check it out.
Hello everyone, my name's Chalky Brush and I'm the creator of a Dota 2 mod called Roshpit Champions. It's an action RPG on the Dota 2 arcade, and 4 years ago we decided to break out of that modding ecosystem and build a brand new game on a new engine, and that way we would have no limitations and we could really craft a unique and legendary experience for you guys. We're super excited to reveal the trailer coming up next, so if you like what you see and you'd like to try it out, please wishlist Roshpit Champions 2, and I'll see you guys there.
The once muted sounds of the Roshpit are starting to grow louder by the day. The champions who had collectively put the screams to rest are starting to feel the vibrations in the ground again. Get ready to embark on the second journey of the Roshpit Champions. Within the captivating realm of the Dota 2 arcade, and with over 2 million subscribers, Roshpit Champions 1 was an action RPG unlike any other. With 30 heroes and hundreds of items, Roshpit Champions brought a totally new gameplay experience to the Dota arcade. Now, we are super excited to showcase what we have been working on for the past 3 years. Introducing Roshpit Champions 2, a fully 3D immersive standalone game with all 30 heroes planned to be returning from the original. Reimagined and completely remodeled, our champions are back with new moves and some old favorites too. It all takes place on the Tanari world, as our heroes are mysteriously displaced into an unfamiliar realm. Our heroes are greeted by the particular ferryman, an unknown figure who helps you to teleport between areas. Your goal is to navigate our heroes to find the hidden flames and unlock new territories, all the while searching for the ancient relics that will allow you to approach the Sky Fortress and face the Tanari god himself. With over 20 levels with varying environments, our heroes will be faced with elemental monsters, foreign creatures, and of course, big bad bosses. Scratch, claw, swing, stab, shoot, throw magic. Do whatever it takes to push your heroes to their limits. Items can help with that. With hundreds of items available that range from simple damage upgrades to full skill swaps, Roshpit Champions 2 really puts an emphasis on individual character customization. Players of the original will recognize items that totally change the way a hero can be played, and we took that to the next level in Roshpit Champions 2. Love the archer but really want that sorceress teleport? Using that tanky paladin but want to change elements like the elemental warlord? Your wishes are granted. Introducing Skill Swap, a feature we think will really expand gamers' builds by allowing different combinations of skills to be put together. Items can also be customized themselves. You can upgrade your items and can reroll attributes to get that perfect weapon or fight your way towards hellish monsters for the legendary drops. Need the item in a hurry? Our in-game marketplace allows you to list items and purchase items directly from other players, a feature that our original players loved and we really hope our new players also enjoy. Moving away from the traditional point-to-click controls, Roshpit Champions 2 uses WASD movement in a 3D world so that you can freely move to cast spells in any direction that you want. We really hope that this makes for a much more fun gaming experience. Oh, we almost forgot, this can all be done with friends. While the occasional solo grind can be fun, we know action RPGs are so much better with friends. This is why we are introducing two methods of multiplayer madness. We have the self-hosted multiplayer mode, a mode that allows you to create your own lobbies and host your own servers to allow friends to directly connect. We also have a planned Champions Net, a dedicated network hosted by us with planned events, rankings, and much more. We wanted to give players the freedom to play in a controlled environment or on their own servers. We have so much more in store for you, and our #1 goal is to make the game as fun as possible. We are gamers ourselves, and we are on different forums listening to what people want. While we cannot possibly adhere to every demand, we really are taking elements from wherever to try to bring the most fun game to players. If you were a part of the original community, you know that we take player engagement seriously. We plan to do the same again. Through the next couple of months, we plan to go more in depth in our current features, showcase our newer features, and have streaming chats with our followers to hone in on the final product. We really would appreciate if you would wishlist us and follow us on Discord, as this will really help us. Thank you.
Dive into Roshpit Champions 2 at the PM Studios booth right here at ign-live and start a hero building saga with your friends today. This next game is an adorable 2D top-down retro platforming adventure that fans of the Game Boy Advance era are sure to love. This is Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo, and you should definitely check it out. You can master over 6 yo-yo tricks and special moves to outmaneuver and defeat the 4 crime lords in Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. The Steam demo is coming out soon, so make sure to wishlist it. We are almost out of time for this year's PM Studios Showcase, but we've got one more reveal for you. Times are changing in Skopje, and it's up to you to survive through them. This is Skopje 83.
After the week we had, we deserve a little rest. Kick back, crack open a can of your disgusting energy drink, and take in the sights. Let's try this again. Just don't get too relaxed this time. We still have a city to save. So you better stock up. And you know what they say, everything is more exciting. With friends, a cozy mobile base, special tools, and bigger weapons. The best spot in town. It's not what it used to be, but the view is still to die for. Welcome to Skopje.
You can check out the Skopje 83 demo coming to Steam during Next Fest in the coming days. I, for one, can't wait to explore every inch of it. If you liked any of the games you saw today, you should check out Fuse, the social media platform built for gamers to build even stronger communities, discover new games, and find new friends. Head to fuse.io to get started today. This has been the PM Studios 2024 Showcase. We look forward to seeing you soon, and we'll wrap this up with one final look at some awesome titles that you can enjoy right now or very soon.
This is IGN's Summer of Gaming. And today, it's time for Ubisoft Forward, the mega publisher behind global hits like Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, Star Wars Outlaws,
I'm in.
And The Division has a big show full of surprises and reveals, and IGN is covering every second of it. Will we finally see gameplay for the highly anticipated Assassin's Creed Shadows? And will Ubisoft reveal the future of the Far Cry franchise? And hey, are we ever getting another Splinter Cell game? Or will they just force us to watch an hour of Just Dance routines? Well, it's time to find out, because the IGN Summer of Gaming Ubisoft Forward pre-show kicks off right now.
What is up, everybody? Thank you for joining us. We are just moments away from Ubisoft Forward, part of Summer of Gaming live on IGN. My name is Max Scoville, and I'm joined today by my good pals Brian Altano, Jada Griffith, and Akeem Lewanson.
Hey.
Hello,
What's
my
up,
darlings.
buddy?
How's
What's
it going on?
I'm good, I'm good.
So Summer of Gaming going on all summer long. IGN Live was a big, huge 3-day thing we just did for the past 3 days. We're all really tired, so bear with us. If we sound a little bit raspy, it's because we've been shouting for days on end. There's a lot to shout about, though.
There is.
You know, we got a glimpse of some of the stuff that's coming down the pipe from Ubisoft. The big thing that they have on their plate next is Star Wars Outlaws. We got a cool new trailer during Summer Game Fest. We got to interview the creative director. Brian, you and I mean, you've got a shirt covered in scum and villainy. I have tattoos of Cantina aliens. I feel like we're very sold on this game. We know what it is. We're completely on board with it. Jada, I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and I was a little concerned early on with this one, but the latest story trailer we got really sold me on this. So I'm very hyped to just explore this world as Kay and Nix and just kind of do all the things that we get to do as a scoundrel. Just searching across these different planets.
Yeah, the game looks amazing, and unlike Jada, I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. But it's a massive IP, and there's so many things within it that you can appreciate. And this game looks amazing, and it's also nice to see that you're able to do something outside of just wielding a lightsaber.
Yes.
I'm tired of that.
Yeah, we got 2 great lightsaber Star Wars games in the last few years, and this is hopping on speeder bikes and pulling out your blaster and getting a wanted level with stormtroopers after you. I'm really interested to see how all of that comes together. And talking to Julian Garrity, the creative director, yesterday, he told us about a mission where you'll be able to sneak into Jabba's palace, and that is Jabba's palace is my favorite stretch of almost any sci-fi movie ever. All of that stuff is my favorite part of Star Wars. So being able to go in there, interact with some of the weird creatures that live there, and just hang out with Bib Fortuna, see Jabba.
I hope he's a romance option.
I hope so too.
I think that's a good thing.
I'll give him a good smooch.
No, I mean, this is, for all intents and purposes, this is like Star Wars GTA.
Right.
And it's kind of baffling that it's taken this long to get something like that. This is, so that, what is it, Star Wars, the one that just came out, what's it called?
Jedi Survivor.
No, the one that the single.
Hunters.
Hunters, yeah. So
How
that
did
one.
you forget the name of that?
It just dropped 20 minutes ago.
No, I know.
That one. So that one advertises itself as the first open world Star Wars game, which maybe by some stretch of the imagination, okay. This is a proper open world game. This is a game where you can run around and do whatever and steal speeder bikes and shoot stormtroopers and
blast off into space.
Explore,
and go to a different planet. I think that's
never gotten that.
Yeah, we've never gotten that.
Yeah, so
and we're not getting a GTA game this year.
We're not.
Yeah, this will definitely tide us over till next year.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely.
And it's nice that they kept it. I feel like they kept it under wraps a good amount of time. The fact that they came out and they're like, hey, it's out in August. I'm still it comes out the last possible day of Q3. I feel like it could get kicked into the fall a little further if we're used to having those last minute delays. But if this comes out this year, I'm very happy. I'm very excited about this.
I will say my concerns for this game are that I worry that they might be biting off more than they can chew, right? Like we have Nyx, who's your partner. You're doing a little sort of Watch Dogs style hacking stuff, right? There's some stealth, there's third-person shooting, there's driving mechanics, and then you're blasting off into space, and you're going to get into intergalactic space battles and stuff like that. Then landing back on the planet. So I'm just hoping all of that comes together. Like if one of those things feels weak mechanically, and you have to do it a lot, then it's not going to gel for me. But I'm confident this team can bring it all together.
I mean, I think we have a pretty decent track record of games that advertise as being like, hey, you can get in a spaceship and fly into space and land on other planets. No Man's Sky, Starfield, for instance. And that sets a really, really high bar. People's expectations are literally beyond sky high, and it can be hard to deliver on that. So I hope this one does stick the takeoff and the landing. We talked to Julian Garrity about this, the creative director. He said that you can get in your ship, you can take off, you can go to another planet, you can land, but it's not like a full-on open galaxy.
Right.
It's a little. I mean, it's going to be a bunch of different sort of open fields, open worlds, so to speak. I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic. I thought that the Avatar Frontiers of Pandora was going to be a sure thing. I was like, it's going to be Far Cry with blue cats, and it was like just different enough that it didn't click with me. Like
it didn't click with me either.
Yeah.
I really, really wanted it to.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think with this one, I just love this world more. Right, like seeing Kay whip around on those lakes on that speeder bike is just so cool to me. Like it's honestly breathtaking. The moments of Star Wars that I appreciate are the creatures and the biomes and planets and stuff like that. And there's sort of like an inherent loneliness to it. And I think that's what I love about this game here. It's like you have this lone character who's taking missions and interacting with some cool people, but you're on your own a lot. And I think that's kind of what they're selling here. Like this is sort of like you're on your own adventure here. We were told there's a little bit of Metroidvania stuff too, which I'm excited about. This is really just everything I want from a Star Wars game. So.
It's giving me some Watch Dogs vibes.
Yeah.
Like the whole sort of you're not hacking, you're telling your space dog to go do stuff, but it's kind of the same deal as having your little drone zip around.
No, totally.
I also love the familiar faces that we're seeing. Like Lando, he's one of my favorites. I mean, for obvious reasons.
Because you're a gambling addict.
Yeah. Exactly.
You like to wear capes on the weekends.
I do, actually.
I think you would crush some capes, man. Like you would look really good in
you
those.
could pull off a cape.
Should we?
I mean, you're pulling off a Looney Tunes hat in 2024.
I know.
What are you talking about?
You're cooler than me. I'm giving you a
Space Jam 2 came out, last year?
Do you want to become a cape guy? I think you could do it.
Okay. Well,
let's do it.
Anyway, I don't even know how you
though.
segue from that. So this is, I'm excited for this one. We got other stuff to talk about. We should talk about, speaking of, exotic robes and floating capes and stuff, Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
We're getting Assassin's Creed Shadows. That is slated for November 15th. People have been wanting a Ninja Assassin's Creed forever.
Yeah.
And they're getting Ninja and Samurai Assassin's Creed. We've got dual protagonists. It's set in Japan. This has a lot going on. This has a lot of really cool stuff going on.
This is two back-to-back big AAA third-person open-world Ubisoft games coming out in 3 months that are all the culmination of things that we really, really have wanted for a long time.
That's one of the things that worries me, is that I feel like they're potentially have the effect of cannibalizing each other because a lot of people have issues with Ubisoft games being so big and spending so much time on one of them. And yes, we have 3 months between them, but there's also going to be other games releasing in that window.
No, you're right. I think there is a finite amount of kind of Ubisoft formula games that the average gamer can digest in a year or a 3 month span. Me, I always get hooked on them either way, but this is like I was sort of bored with the Viking setting. That didn't really grab me, but this looks so awesome. And I love the big thing this time around is seasonal changes, right? Which impact the way the environments look, which will impact traversal. I like the idea of a stealth game where people can follow your footprints through the snow. There's a lot of really interesting things they could be doing mechanically here. So I'm excited to get a kind of a deeper dive view on this game today.
I love that we're getting two protagonists. Naue and Yasuke are fantastic looking characters.
Yeah.
I love my stealth element. I'm probably going to play more Naue than I do Yasuke, but sometimes I do like to just go loud and if nobody's left standing afterwards, it's still technically stealth.
Yeah, no, that's a really good way of putting it, because I like the sort of having the strength build option or having the kind of sneaky projectile character. Like,
do you know what the dynamic between switching between them is? Because can you just bounce back and forth, or is it like story-based?
I don't think they fully...
I don't think... we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen straight gameplay yet. We've seen like this has got gameplay footage in it, but I think we're going to get a proper gameplay.
Yeah, hopefully, we see what that's all about today. Also, like I love the historical aspect of course. So with the Yasuke, being like the first or the only black samurai there is. I'm kind of curious to see how Ubisoft kind of handles that story. Hopefully, they do it a lot better than the way Netflix did it with their anime, which added like mechs and.
That took a weird
robots.
turn. At 75% through the series, and it's.
I mean, this is a game series where you go to like a modern day Facebook and you fall asleep in a bed that lets you visit your ancestors' memories. So
they're front loading. They'll front loading the crazy stuff.
They're going to take some creative liberties. I think,
I just want to see some. I don't want to see big ass mechs showing up.
I will bet you a lot of money that a big ass mech will not be in this game, or at least in it might be in the modern portion.
There's going to be like some Animus Rift thing, some mini game where you got to do like hologram puzzles or whatever, and you're gonna be like, oh right, it's Assassin's Creed, they do that, and some people love that, and that's fine, but like I feel like the main selling point is always the historical setting.
Yes, I'm always kind of taken aback that there is a decent contingent of Assassin's Creed fans who really like the Animus stuff. And I'm like, just get me to the part where you're there. I don't want to even know. It actually like almost breaks the illusion for me, right? Like I would rather this just start and end in one historical setting without seeing some guy in, loafers and jeans or whatever.
Now, I mean, the other infamous jumping around, climbing on stuff, stabbing people franchise from Ubisoft is Prince of Persia.
Oh yeah.
We just got Prince of Persia Rogue Prince of Persia.
The Rogue Prince of Persia,
which is in early access right now, I think.
Yes, correct.
And people seem into it. It's like basically just Dead Cells with Prince of Persia with different art style. I wonder if we're going to get like a proper release date for that, or if they're just kind of playing it by ear and seeing how early access goes.
I think they'd be really smart to capitalize on the popularity of not only that, but we got Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown earlier this year, which is one of the best games of 2024, hands down.
Yeah.
So I really hope Ubisoft is like, hey, Prince of Persia hype is real right now. We need to show something for the Sands of Time remake.
Yeah, if you're like sort of a modern Prince of Persia fan and you mostly like the sort of the 3D third person ones, and you slept on the Prince of Persia that dropped earlier this year, please go get that game. Like it's regularly on sale. It's one of the best Metroidvanias ever made. It rules.
I mean, it's interesting because Assassin's Creed was kind of, it definitely had a lot of Prince of Persia DNA in there, and it's, the Sands of Time was itself reinventing Prince of Persia, which was originally a 2D thing. And so now the remake is kind of in this weird middle ground where, like, is Prince of Persia, are they going to lean it into it being a 2D franchise? Because we just got two 2D Prince of Persia games this year.
I know.
And they've got this, this 3D one. This was the one they revealed back in 2020, I think, and it was supposed to come out in 2021, and people were like, put it back in the oven. It's not done yet.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but they also like brought more chefs into the kitchen to help cook, because like this was one of those games where they tagged in a couple like kind of sister studios to be like, hey, what are you guys doing? These guys need a little help with this. So I don't know. It seems like it would be a slam dunk, right? Like the original game's great, and remaking it doesn't seem impossible.
I think what happened is that the expectations for remakes shifted.
It's true.
It's true. The bar for that keeps rising. And like for a minute there, it was like, just up-res the textures, tighten up the graphics in level 3 or whatever.
Right.
Add photo mode or whatever. And now we get stuff like the the RE4 remake, which is borders on like a full-on reboot reimagining, not reboot, but and it's even if you have like a very tight framework to work from, like a good structure, people want more.
They do.
And I'm hoping that they can really deliver on that front. Ubisoft, obviously, there's always a bunch of stuff that we sort of forget about. There's the games as service stuff. There's there's For Honor. There's Sea of Thieves. X-Defiant is a thing that just kind of dropped after ages in development. That I think it launched on May 21st. I'm not particularly interested in this, but I'm curious to see how they plan to continue supporting it, and if they have anything to kind of come out and bang that drum and get people excited at all.
Yeah, I believe they told us at ign-live that they're going to be announcing the season 1 and what that theme is going to be, and the seasons are going to be themed after the different Ubisoft IPs.
Okay.
So, that's Far Cry, Watch Dogs, Division.
The Rabbids.
Put the Rabbids in there.
Yeah, the Rabbids. That was actually a big request from the crowd. The crowd was like, we want Rabbids.
Yeah. I mean, the Mario and Rabbids games have they all have guns, right?
Yeah,
So
I just want to wrap it with the knuckles.
It's a weird universe. Now, we need to take a quick break, but the Ubisoft Forward is coming up very soon, very, very soon. We're actually doing a pre-show for their pre-show. We'll get to that in a minute, but we also got some other stuff to talk about. IGN Summer of Gaming will be right back after this. Stick around.
The gun
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed it. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Welcome back. Now, there's a bunch of stuff that's been kicking around Ubisoft offices for years. There's some stuff that we've heard rumors of. There's some stuff that's been announced and kind of just disappeared forever. One thing that we've heard about for years, I think over a decade at this point,
right.
Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Beyond.
Beyond.
Good and Evil 2. This is a trailer that we saw is entirely cinematic, but then there was some stuff shown behind closed doors to folks at E3 that year. That's how old this is. There used to be E3s. It was a thing where companies got together to show games.
What was that, 2018
that was
or something?
2017. 2017, yes.
Yeah.
This, 7 years now. This is the spiritual successor / sequel / not remake, I guess, but just reimagining of the original game, which was like a third-person action-adventure kind of Zelda-like. And this was allegedly using a lot of procedurally generated tech. Like, it seemed like, we throw the word tech demo around a lot in the industry, but like this feels like, that felt like that's what this is. But I think that unlike something like, Skull and Bones, which I played and at an E3 and had various release dates that got delayed, it became a running joke. Like, that at least had trailers, we had updates. This has just gone into complete radio silence. So I would honestly be shocked to see this today. Like, I don't know if this is a sunken cost thing where they'll just keep pedal to the metal on development for it for 7 years, or they'll just be like, we quietly shelved it.
Yeah.
But
I believe it was mentioned in a financial call, I think either last year or a couple of years ago, they did mention that they're still working on this. They didn't say anything about a release date.
Right.
But I mean, when I first saw this trailer, I was sold on the game, obviously, without seeing any, gameplay footage. It's just a beautiful cinematic trailer.
It's a cool world.
Yeah. I mean, I would love for us to see something on this today. I doubt it. This game is actually in the Guinness Book of World Record for longest AAA game in development, which is just insane to even think about. Yes, yeah, it won that record in 2020. It beat Duke Nukem Forever.
It's not good. That's not a good record to have. Really.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Skull and Bones actually released too,
Yeah.
so it's like that's not eligible anymore.
I'm really hoping that with because we see a lot of spaceship combat in here. I'm hoping that Star Wars Outlaw is kind of their pilot program to kind of like, hey, this is how the ship combat could work, flying in space, and it's like they're gonna have it, I don't want to say simple in Star Wars Outlaws because we haven't seen enough of it, but like, it's their first time doing it. And so I think it's kind of their testing ground until to get ready for Beyond Good and Evil 2. So I also don't think we're going to see this today. I would love to, because I love the original back on the PS2, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. I would love to see it. I love the idea of it. I think it's awesome. It's got tons of potential. But again, it also just sort of feels like it's been,
Right.
Yeah. One thing that we've heard about that seems much more realistic, we might see it today, is the Splinter Cell reboot, which is, I think they framed it as a remake, but they're like, here's the thing. This is, we're remaking the story, and given the sort of political nature of Splinter Cell, a lot's changed since the original came out. The first one was, like 2002 or something? It's been a while.
Yeah.
Global politics, they kind of change year to year, so you have to shift things around. People have been dying for anything Splinter Cell, and it's like we've had weird things where like Sam Fisher shows up in Ghost Recon as like a special guest star, that kind of thing.
No, it's become a running joke, or it's like we see the goggles in X Defiant, or like one of the Rayman games or something like that. Like there's always little Easter eggs and nods to this character and to this franchise, but like not a proper game. And this is one of those franchises to me where for a while we were getting the game every couple of years, and you almost not that you were spoiled, but you just got used to that cadence, and then it just stopped. And we haven't had anything in forever.
Yeah. I mean, look, we had that. Well, this isn't game related, but Adi Shankar had that series that came out last year on Netflix, which featured Sam Fisher.
Right.
It was like almost like an origin story of the character.
That's right.
In that particular world. Yeah,
it's like we get everything but the game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now there's other Tom Clancy verse stuff. There's Ghost Recon.
Yeah.
Wildlands was, I think, up until Call of Duty dropped that year, it was maybe the best-selling. That was a phenomenally well-selling game. It did really well. People really liked it. It was a huge hit. And then Breakpoint was the follow-up, which seemed like it would just be a slam dunk. And then that just missed the mark across the board. Like, it was disappointed commercially, critically. It feels like people just collectively just kind of went mad and moved on.
They did.
And so I wonder what they're going to do with Ghost Recon. Is there a chance of kind of revitalizing that?
I hope so, because I liked Wildlands. I reviewed that for another publication in the past. But Breakpoint, they just went, I think, too far into the like kind of RPG mechanics and stuff of it. There was just like too much, and that's not what like fans of Ghost Recon wanted. Like, if you go back to like the 360 days of playing GRA and GRA 2, those Ghost Recons were fantastic, and fans played those for years, and they didn't care about all this other stuff that they had. So I think like the franchise has kind of lost sight of what it was and what made it special to a lot of fans. So I'm hoping Ubisoft just kind of took note of that after Breakpoint, and they're going to kind of like rein it in and kind of give it the fans what they expect out of this franchise.
And we're seeing footage from the canceled Ghost Recon game. So
oh wow, yeah. Man, this was very far along.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like just like Ubisoft kind of had this weird thing a few years ago where they basically were just like they pumped the brakes on a lot of stuff, and they have a history of kind of churning stuff out, and it's simultaneously it was quantity over quality to a certain degree, and people were like, you get this 80-hour Assassin's Creed game, and they ran the numbers, and they're like, yeah, most people didn't get all the way through it because it was too big. And you look at the map, and it's covered in bloat, and you look at Breakpoint, and it's just this hodgepodge of systems that sort of I think they kind of really went back to the drawing board collectively, and they're like, okay, what are we doing? And I'm kind of hoping that today we get a clearer idea of what's coming down the pipe and what's what the focus is moving forward. One thing that I would love to see is a new Far Cry.
Yes.
Far Cry.
Yes. So I love all the Far Cry games. Like, honestly, I really do. But Far Cry 6 was the best Far Cry game since 3.
Okay.
I'll say it. Do you not agree?
I give you that.
4 was good.
4 was good, but I think
6 was better.
I think 6
4
was better.
4 was kind of 3.5.
6 was basically, Florida, Cuba, Giancarlo Esposito as the villain. Big, tropical, gorgeous, open world stuff. It was just incredibly well done and really, really fun. And I loved all the mechanics with the animal sidekicks who, you had an alligator and you had a little wiener dog and stuff like that. It was great. It was also like, no spoilers here, but like when you beat that game, you win, but they do this thing where they're like, uh-oh, the enemy keeps trying to invade. So they gave you excuses to come back like every other week or so.
Yep.
And they would just have these like almost story-driven excuses to send bad guys back into a territory that you'd have to clear out again. So this Far Cry 7, it feels like we're almost due for it. It's been a couple of years, but there's been some weird rumors around this one that it's actually more than one project, right? There's this rumor that there's like this there's a single player project that's all about like your family gets kidnapped or something like that, and you have to go, or abducted, you have to go save them. And then there's like an always online multiplayer side of it. And for a while, people were like, those might be the same game, they might be different games, but either way, like if we get 1 or 2 Far Cry things today, I will be very happy because that's one of my favorite franchises.
I think if we get another Far Cry, I'm curious who the villain's going to be, because Far Cry's stars are not the main character, it's the villains. Yeah. The villains are what makes Far Cry a fantastic series. Every like you said, Giancarlo Esposito from 6. We had Joseph from 5. Pagan Min from 4.
Troy Baker.
Yes, like just fantastic. Voss from 3. I know we got some Voss fans out there.
Shout out to Voss.
Voss, great dude. Little insane though. Just a little bit. But like, I love Far Cry. I love their open worlds. I love how I can just I push them to their limit.
Yeah.
Like me and my partner, every Far Cry game, we just find like an outpost or a gas station or whatever, and we just stop traffic and just blow up everything that comes our way until the game can't hold it anymore.
I love doing that.
It's so much fun.
When I think about Far Cry, the memory that pops in my head first is playing Far Cry 6, and I got into a battleship and I took it over, and like 14 army helicopters came in, and I just sat with a grenade launcher shooting through a little porthole and taking them down, and I was like cheering and screaming in my house. I was so happy. I love them. I love these games so much.
We got to the point once where their cars stopped spawning and coming in. So like he would stay and I would run out and like go and grab people and bring more and like piss off a bunch of enemies and get them to chase me back and then just stack it higher and higher. I think our game ended up crashing at
Is there a greater feeling in gaming than like sitting on a hill and shooting off a lock from a mile away with a sniper rifle that opens up a gate that a bear runs out of and he starts mauling everyone and somehow there's a fire and then you get the mission pop up and it says
there's a better feeling, and that's where you didn't know that the animal was going to show up.
Oh,
when you go to the outpost and you set something on fire and then a flaming bear just shows up out of nowhere and you're like, who are you?
I love these games.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, the rumor I've heard is that it's the new setting is like off the coast of Korea, and it's I heard Cillian Murphy is the villain. I don't know. If
he was like vaguely attached to this for a minute, right? Or at least in rumor form.
Yeah. I mean, it's again, total speculation. Could be just like someone whose uncle works at Nintendo making stuff up. But yeah, I would love to see that. I'm just my thing with Far Cry is like it's like going on a trip. I have to be interested in where I'm going.
Yes.
And like a lot of people love Far Cry 5. The setting just didn't really click for me. Like it was kind of it was cool. I had a good time there, but it was also like it didn't feel enough like a vacation, you know?
Yeah, I mean, we live like a half an hour from the Redwoods or whatever, so we're in America, so it's not really escapism for us, but I think for other people, they were like, cool, I get to go there.
Yeah. What destination would you like to see?
Dinosaurs.
That's not a destination.
It's a time.
Brian just answered his own question in his own brain.
The destination, would be,
I'm like a 5-year-old most of the time.
So you want to go past? You want to go back past Primal?
Gummy bear.
What's your favorite colored pizza?
So you want to go back past Primal?
When they said they were doing Montana for Far Cry 5, I was like, oh, so there's going to be dinosaurs, right? Because that's where they found a lot of dinosaur skeletons.
Yeah, no, Brian, I'm assuming the question you heard in your brain was, what period do you want this to be based in?
Yeah, dinosaurs.
Dinosaur period.
The dinosaur period.
Yeah. The year we had dinosaurs. Dinosaur time.
Dinosaur time.
It should be called Far Cry 7 Dinosaurs.
I mean, yeah, Blood Dragon. We've had weirder things.
Yeah.
Can we get some dinos in the chat? Shout out to your favorite. Shout out your favorite dinosaur in the chat.
Drop some dinosaurs in the chat.
Please
tell us your favorite dinosaur.
I mean, the funny thing is we've heard like Ubisoft does that thing where they announce like code names for projects.
Yeah.
And we're sort of like, oh, I wonder what the next Assassin's Creed is, and it's like, well, we sort of knew that there was going to be a feudal Japan one.
Yeah.
There's also one ahead of that, which is like it's got like it's
the
Hex,
Salem witch trial
Hexen
stuff.
or
Yeah.
something.
They announced like 5 or 6 Assassin's Creed projects on the same afternoon at some point.
Which is like,
Hex has that whole like Blair Witch thing going on for it.
Which I'm I'm interested in. I think that's.
Me too.
I'm curious, and I'm like, there's also there's the online project thing, which is like Nexus, I think, and it's. I mean, they're figuring out like, okay, what needs to be a single player thing, what needs to be as a games as a service, what needs to be all the above, what needs to be a big sprawling open action world, action RPG versus what needs to be like a more compact, like Mirage, for instance, was more of a focus thing.
Mirage was a really smart take on the franchise because I think there's a lot of bloat that happened with those things, and so I'm actually hoping Hex is like that too.
I mean, it would be kind of cool. For a minute there, it was you'd have sort of alternating franchises dropping year over year. It'd be kind of interesting if we had that within franchises where it's like big huge action RPG, Assassin's Creed, and then smaller experience, and then big huge one again, and kind of bounce between them like that. I feel like the Yakuza series sort of does that, where like some of them are 100 hours and some are 40, and it's kind of, you don't really know what you're going to get.
Do you think we'll get a Dinosaur Time one?
Dinosaur Time.
Dinosaur Time. T-Rex is, by the way, is the most popular dinosaur so
It's
far.
a great one.
It's
We got about 30 seconds until it kicks off, so you can talk about dinosaurs.
It's easier to spell. It's the easiest.
A lot of
T-Rex.
A bunch of T-Rexes. There's some raptors. A Spinosaurus.
We love the Tyrannus. We love the
stuff
good
in there.
Tyrannus.
Give me a
I'm surprised there was no Ankylosauruses.
A lot of people get mad when you say Dilophosaurus because they're like, that's not a dinosaur.
Galapagos.
Not Galapagos. What's that?
That's what you said.
Okay, it looks like Ubisoft Forward pre-show is officially starting. Stick around afterwards because we are going to have our Podcast Beyond post-show recap, breaking down all the biggest news and reveals, and probably having a little bit of dinosaur time on the side. Here we go. Ubisoft, take it away. Please.
Get ready for Ubisoft Forward, live from sunny LA. In just under 30 minutes, we'll be kicking you over to the Belasco Theater, starting the show with an exclusive look at gameplay from Star Wars Outlaws, Assassin's Creed Shadows, X-Defiant, and more. But first up, let's enjoy a little sunbathing under the palm trees and take a look at some live games like Skull and Bones and Rocksmith Plus, a new VR title from Just Dance, and a few indie games supported by Ubisoft.
In video games, we often have an element of illusion, of trickery, and smoke and mirrors. In order to emulate the complexity of water, we must start with research and reference. I couldn't even begin to count how many hours I've spent studying water over the years. To create and simulate, first we must understand how it looks, how it moves, how it feels, and how it is affected by the world around it. It's a good thing I'm the water guy, and water's been a huge part of my entire life. In Skull and Bones, our world is a fictionalized version of the Indian Ocean. It was important to us that it felt as though you were exploring distinct and unique locations. Each region has a different look and feel, such as the East Indies looking more gloomy and desaturated versus the open seas with its bright azure blue waters. We also put a lot of effort into the visuals or the rendering of our water. We've improved the way foam forms, we've improved the wave translucency, the way light shines through the waves, and we've also added some new surprises like bioluminescence that you might find sailing around the world at night. Perhaps the biggest challenge of all is that all of us are expert critics when it comes to water. We have all seen it and felt it in some way, making it incredibly difficult to do perfectly. You may not know precisely why it doesn't look right, just that it doesn't. One of the many challenges with water that other environments don't have is that it is constantly in motion. Where terrain, for example, should be static, water needs to move and support the numerous ways players can interact with it. In video games, we often have an element of illusion, of trickery, and smoke and mirrors. Unlike film, we need to render many frames per second, so we could not possibly do it for real. This is particularly true for water, since we cannot simulate billions of particles, give them gravity, drop them, and see what happens. In a nutshell, this is what a lot of game development is. We look for clever ways we can make complicated real-world elements believable in the simplest way possible. It also needs to not only look realistic, but also be adaptable with our gameplay mechanics and ship physics. Speaking of physics, in Skull and Bones, players will have choice over the size and type of ship they want to sail. The size, shape, and weight of a ship all needed to be taken into account with the water system. For example, smaller ships will have less mass, higher buoyancy, and therefore float higher in the water. This means you will feel all the waves much more than on a bigger ship, which will have more mass, sit lower in the water, and have increased drag, yet will not be as impacted by the smaller waves. We put dedicated focus on iteration between wave shape, size, and movement to balance with the way the ship physics behave. It was a constant back and forth iterative process to find something that was visually appealing, felt realistic, and was fun to navigate. The driving force of our wave formation is the fast Fourier transform, or FFT algorithm. Utilizing various layers of the FFT at different frequencies is the foundation of our water simulation. Low frequency is the slow, deep swells of the sea, whereas higher frequencies give us the choppy, smaller waves. Of course, I am simplifying this quite a bit, but it is iterating on these FFT layers and the amazing collaborative effort across many teams and disciplines that give us the amazing water we have in Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones represents the culmination of years of innovations and advancements. We are incredibly proud of our authentic, diverse multiplayer naval experience and the water tech that makes it all possible. I hope you enjoy sailing our water as much as we love creating it.
Hey everybody, it's time for a fun little musical break with Rocksmith Plus, the award-winning method that was voted the fastest way to learn guitar, and it's helped over 5 million players. That's a lot of players. Watch this. Iconic riffs that have never been easier to learn before, and check this out. Not only can you learn your favorite songs in guitar and bass, Rocksmith Plus now also offers piano.
What it meant to be will eventually be a memory of a time I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
You can learn official recordings of hit songs from your favorite artists like Metallica, Green Day, Paramore, The White Stripes, and many, many more. Better yet, in addition to PC and mobile, Rocksmith Plus is also available on PlayStation. Learn a new instrument, or just make yourself a little proud by improving your skills.
Try for free today.
Mr. Spade?
Sophie? What's going on?
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but sometimes when I clean the rooms, I get a little curious and snoop through our guest stuff.
Sneaky. And Mr. Spade caught you in the act, I suppose?
Yes.
I could keep an eye out and call you if I see our mysterious photographer return.
Are you telling me I should snoop around?
Well, it's nothing you haven't done before, is it?
Curiosity killed the cat.
Oh, Andrew, hi. I was
spying on our manager?
I can't remember the last time work was this interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it.
What the hell?
Sophie Roy, I'm Detective Maurice Tremblay. I need you to tell me everything that happened.
Maybe don't mention that to the police.
Did you touch anything?
No, nothing. What a week.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Miss Roy, but I just don't believe you.
I could not have done this without you.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh, baby,
Got that summer feeling yet? Set your alarms for about 20 minutes from now, where we'll kick off with an exclusive look at Star Wars Outlaws and then hear more from Assassin's Creed Shadows and X-Defiant live here in LA. But for now, let's dive back into the pool and cool off with a peek at a classic family board game brought to life with Monopoly, our premier tactical shooter Rainbow Six Siege, and some of the indie games supported by Ubisoft.
Is out now on Steam. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Nothing? That's what most people will do about it. Or are you special? An outlier? One who might just might buy it? Buy the game! Become King of the Hat! Butterfly, smooth control, simple, deep competition, spicy plays, party chaos, local and online. Let's go! Arcade mode! Hey, gold! Huh? In one. More to come! But for now, King of the Hat is out now on Steam! Washing Machine Jr.'s here!
Since 2015, Siege has remained the undisputed reference for competitive players, searching for a tactical PvP shooter. Unlike other shooters, you need to act faster, think sharper, and fight smarter. In Rainbow Six Siege, there are always two sides. You play as attackers and defenders. At the beginning of every round, attackers and defenders will each have an allotted time to design and coordinate their tactics. Attackers send drones to run reconnaissance along the map, locate hostile threats, and target enemies' objectives. In the meantime, defenders fortify their positions with a variety of tools and gadgets, reinforcing walls, setting up barricades, laying traps, and prepping for the impending assault. Every round, you'll have to pick your operator carefully. Each operator comes with their own unique gadget, weapon, loadout, and playstyle. So forming your squad of 5 is like assembling the pieces of a puzzle. You'll need to find the right fit to bring a perfect strategy to life. Siege has more than 65 operators to choose from. You can pick the operator that matches your own distinct playstyle. Some operators excel at setting traps, some at breaching, others at gathering intel. And that's just a few of the many possibilities. Without health regeneration or respawn, all your actions matter and have direct consequences on the success or failure of your squad. And here, the best plans are the ones the enemy will never see coming. That's why you need to use every piece of the environment to your advantage. If you don't see a way in, make one. The destruction is a tool that will be key to your success. And every year, our World Championship, the Six Invitational, crowns the best Rainbow Six Siege players, turning them into worldwide icons. But whether you're new to the game or a veteran player, you'll find that in Siege, it's not about if you can outgun your opponent, but whether you can outplan them.
Being at Ubisoft Montreal is very surreal. It feels like a full circle moment. I'm Philip. I'm this year's Ubisoft Photo Mode Contest winner from Slovenia, and I'm very happy to be here.
If you're joining us, we're live in LA and you're watching the Ubisoft Forward pre-show. Only 10 minutes to go until the main show starts and it's heating up. We'll be joining the team to kick things off with gameplay from Star Wars Outlaws, but for now, take a sip of that cocktail and settle in for news on our brand new free-to-play arena shooter, Battlecore Arena, the warrior's den that is for honor, Assassin's Creed Mirage on your iOS devices, and some tactical updates from The Division 2.
I remember a time of peace, of cherry blossoms and summer winds. Another life no longer meant for me. Bushido called in the shape of a blade, the last of its kind. Our enemies are legion. They strike at us by the swarms. But 1,000 blades cannot match mine.
これぞ天竜よ。
Send your armies. I will be waiting for anything and anyone.
Oh, he's disappeared from me?
Yeah,
oh my god! Someone clip that, please! That was not okay! That's not okie dokie!
And go. Throw shit. Guys, there was a smoke right in front of me. I'm dead. Now I repel. One guy throw. They're diffusing. Throw. Another guy throw. Another guy throw. Don't. Oh my goodness.
The Division 2 has been going strong for over 5 years. Based on the feedback we received from you, we deployed thousands of improvements, updates, and balancing changes, making the game better than ever. And we are just getting started. The first season of Year 6 is starting tomorrow, and with it, we are unlocking level 40 and the entire endgame for all Division 2 players. Tune in to our post-show later today to hear more about the Year 6 updates. Now, let's take a look at what's coming with Season 1.
What do you believe, Agent? What's the truth? That Lau was a traitor? That Kelso has betrayed you? And that I am your enemy? A friend. You want the truth, Agent? Real Hammerlock. You might not like these. Come find me.
All Division 2 players can now reach level 40 to unlock endgame content. Update includes The Summit, Countdown, Paradise Lost Incursion, Seasonal Manhunt and Events, and earn exclusive weapons and gear.
We're just seconds out from the main show? Don't miss our amazing post-show where we'll dive deeper into some exclusive gameplay. But now, and I've always wanted to say this, it's time to join the crew in a galaxy far, far away. Welcome to Ubisoft Forward.
Okay, we're skipping that part.
Hold on, Nix! Hey, new record. At the top, where it should be. Let's go, Nix.
Hello everyone, I'm Matthias Karlsson, Game Director at Massive Entertainment. Today, we'll show you a different type of adventure, and as we journey across multiple systems, we will come across many opportunities for a scoundrel. In Star Wars Outlaws, one of your motivations for exploration is to find elusive experts scattered across the galaxy. These experts will help Kay pick up new skills to survive in the underworld. Here, we're looking for a gunslinger who can teach us some new tricks. Our intel points to the Mos Eisley Cantina on Tatooine. So let's head back to our ship. We're picking up in Accra Station. A remnant of the Clone Wars, it used to be a refueling station that now acts as a trade hub for illegal contraband. It's a great place to resupply.
These deals won't last forever.
Merchants are often affiliated with a syndicate and might offer you a special deal if you're in good standing with them.
Can I help you?
This kind of business attracts all kinds of shipjackers, contract brokers, and corrupt officials.
Need your name cleared from the wanted list.
Your ship, the Trailblazer, is a refined EML 850, the last of its kind. On board, you'll find everything you need to finalize your preparations.
Hey, Andy.
Hi, Kay.
Space. Each planet has its own system for you to explore, and many opportunities to make a few credits, which you can choose to engage with or not.
I am under attack! My ship will not survive long!
This is Kay Vess on board the Trailblazer. I'm coming to help.
Turret activated, Kay.
One down. Happy to help. And you can tell Gorak he owes Kay Vess a ship.
In space, your actions also have consequences and can impact your reputation with syndicates. This optional dogfight allowed us to improve our reputation with the Pikes while making a few credits.
Spooling up the hyperdrive.
Now let's continue our journey and head to Tatooine.
Tatooine space, edge of the galaxy.
The Tattoo system is in the clutches of the Hutt cartel. Our reputation with them is poor, so we best be on our way. Welcome to legendary Mos Eisley, the infamous hive of scum and villainy. We could head straight to our destination, or explore what the city has to offer. Recreating this iconic city is a dream come true for our team, allowing us to show parts of Mos Eisley you've never seen before.
Room for one more?
There are many opportunities for a scoundrel, including working your way in with the Hutt cartel. Most of Tatooine's economy is under their control, even though the increased Imperial presence has been hurting their business. But first, we need to pick up the trail of our expert gunslinger. The best place to start is the cantina. By asking around, we learn of a pirate who is deadly with the blaster and who used to work for the Hutt cartel. Our intel leads to one of their storehouses, located in the southern hills. Traveling to your destination can be an adventure in itself. As you move across scorching dunes and dusty valleys, you'll quickly realize that this lawless desert planet still holds many mysteries. We've reached our destination. We need to locate our storehouse and find our way into this heavily guarded fortress without triggering the alarm.
Busy place. All right. Maybe there's a data pad or something that can tell me who that old gunslinger is.
Nix, attack.
Good job, buddy. Nix, do you sense anyone close?
Sutta.
Aguatisti!
Easy. All right, let's see what we have here. Yes, I got it. Wait, Quint? That sheriff from Wayfar used to work for the Hutts? I should talk to her.
Oh, come on!
We've been spotted, but we now know where to find our gunslinger. Let's get out of here quick.
We're in trouble, pal. We need a quick exit. Come on, Nick. There we are.
You again. If you're still looking for Haas, I haven't seen him.
Actually, I'm here for you. I heard you're the best shot on the planet.
Oh, and you want to be second best. Now is not a good time. The Hutts are coming, and I need to get ready. Get your blaster out.
What we have just shown you is the beginning of one of the many adventures you can go on in Star Wars Outlaws. Whether you want to learn new blaster skills, upgrade your speeder, or become an unstoppable thief. Finding an expert is always an adventure in a galaxy full of opportunities.
We should get moving.
Surviving in the workers' district in Canto Bight. Seeing the rich get richer while pulling off small cons with your buddy Nix is all you've ever known. After crossing one of the galaxy's elite, you end up hunted, with your one chance of freedom being an impossible task: to pull off one of the greatest heists of all time. To increase your chances of survival, you'll need to seek out elusive experts scattered all across the Outer Rim. From a skilled pirate-turned-sheriff gunslinger to a sabacc high roller who has perfected sleight of hand, or even a group of scrap-hoarding Jawas that can fit off-market parts to your starship. Follow rumors whispered between locals or a tip-off from a cantina bartender that will lead you to their location before embarking on shady and often dangerous jobs to grow from a street thief into a fearless outlaw. But as a wanted scoundrel, it's in your best interest only to stick around long enough to get what you need before jumping to a brand new location. Syndicates and their leaders such as Lady Kira and Jabba the Hutt have their hand in every part of the galaxy, from the darkest corner of Acre Station to the lawless sands of Tatooine. Build your reputation with them to earn lucrative rewards, or gamble everything, risk facing their wrath, and double-cross them to land yourself a big score. On behalf of Massive Entertainment, along with our co-development studios all across Ubisoft, and of course, Lucasfilm Games, it's my privilege to share another look at this childhood dream come true that we've crafted with passion and wonder. We hope you love it too. If you're willing to take the risk, the galaxy is full of opportunity.
Welcome to the first ever open world Star Wars game. Set in the dangerous golden age of the underworld.
Let's raise the stakes, shall we?
Okay.
You play as Kay Vess, a scoundrel looking to start a new life. Kay gets pulled into a plan that will change everything.
I believe if you follow the plan, no one gets hurt.
Fortunately, she won't do it alone. From childhood, Kay and Nix have been inseparable partners,
You're welcome.
helping each other every step of the way.
All right, distract him, Nix.
Using their criminal skills and tools, Kay and Nix will have to constantly adapt to every scenario.
Nix, you want to drop that for me? Come on. Whoa.
If you don't want me to sound the alarm, you'll get me out of here.
As your versatility grows, gain access to new skills and more lucrative contracts.
There she is!
A friend needs a little something stolen.
And in this world, your actions have consequences.
I can't let you walk out of here. I'm gonna finish it.
Shame.
And reputation is everything.
Where is he?
The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, and more attention you'll receive from some of the most notorious syndicates of the galaxy.
And how did you think it was going to end?
Tell the governor the payments will not increase.
It's up to you where your loyalties lie.
Hey, Nick!
Being wanted by the Empire brings a new set of challenges.
This is getting bad. Hold right!
So as your exploits grow, beware of who you cross.
Hang on!
Scattered across the stars are unique locations, rich biomes, environments, and adventures to discover. Traverse the lush jungle world of Akiva, the ancient city of Kijimi, the dangerous savannah moon of Tashara, or roam the lawless planet of Tatooine. When it's time to move, pilot K's Trailblazer to transition from planet to planet.
MD, fire up the hyperdrive.
Ready to jump.
Once you land, you can explore all these worlds on K's S-57 Cardinal speeder. This is the life of an outlaw, a life where you fight, explore, and infiltrate parts of the galaxy you never thought possible. There are opportunities at every turn, and if you're willing to take the risk and defy the odds, the galaxy is yours for the taking.
Watch me. 10-8. Watch me. 10-8.
Hello everyone. Since our launch, it's been very exciting watching the community grow and have fun with the world we created. We've gathered a lot of your feedback during Season 1, and we are continuing to work with you, our community, to bring an engaging and immersive naval experience. Season 2, Chorus of Havoc, has just begun and introduces a new narrative arc with brand new Sea Lords, the Huback twins. Armand and Bertrand are set to challenge you with their orchestral fleet and reward you with new loot if you are victorious. You will also get a brand new ship, the Brig. It's fast, maneuverable, and perfect as a warship or smuggling vessel. This season will have you face off against a vicious and hungry new sea monster, the Megalodon, Lestari. Special time-limited events, the Summer Fiesta and Dragon's Regatta boat races will have you competing for additional rewards to customize your ships and arsenal. We've also added community-requested features, including fleet management, allowing you to assign your ships to a POI, secure your profits, expand your empire, and deliver precious pieces of aid. New solo and PvE game modes have been added, giving you more ways to acquire manufactories and defend them from rivals looking to cripple your empire. Ship upgrades will elevate your favorite ships to powerful new levels, offering further diversity in your playstyle. This summer, the fresh gameplay experiences will continue with our upcoming Season 3, Into the Dragon's Wake. You will meet the mysterious Li Tianning, a renegade of the naval faction, the Dragon's Claw. This new Sea Lord will create a big impact on the open seas and brings new activities, stories, and rewards. You will also face off against a brand new legendary sea monster like never before, a flying dragon, resurfaced after eons of slumber. A new 5v5 PvP mode will offer new ways to play, progress, and obtain rewards. This mode will be a key feature of Season 3, and you can also try it separately as part of our free trial. Finally, thank you to all our players. We will keep working hard to bring you original, amazing experiences as we continue to go on this journey with you.
Hello everyone, I'm Gwen Béraud, Brand Director for Prince of Persia, and today I have 3 special treats for you. Since 1989, players have gone on epic adventures through legendary Persia, embodying relentless princes, capable of defying gravity, running on walls, rewinding time to avoid traps, and defeating mythical creatures. To celebrate the 35th anniversary of this iconic franchise, we wanted to give you new exhilarating adventures. Back in January, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown released to critical acclaim from media and players. Today, Ubisoft Montpellier has a special treat for you all. Check it out.
Hello everyone. Thank you for all the love you shared about our game and the free updates released over the past months. It's been thrilling to watch.
Wow, but the fucking Willis. Pistola! Oh!
And now, have a look at our first title update, available for free, called Divine Trials. And next, a glimpse of Story DLC.
Yeah!
But we are not stopping there. Ubisoft has partnered with the indie studio Evil Empire to bring their amazing independent spirit to the franchise. The Rogue Prince of Persia, which released just a few weeks ago, is a fast-paced action platforming roguelite. Throughout the early access phase, we'll be gathering valuable feedback from you all, while also delivering regular updates and additional content. Here's a taste.
Hi, we're recording this just before early access release, while everyone is in full debugging mode and completely freaking out. So by the time you see this, The Rogue Prince of Persia would have been out for 2 weeks already. And it's time to thank you, people from the future, for all your love and the billions of sales we've made now that the game is bug-free and has 100% positive reviews. Today, I can happily announce that our first update, the Temple of Fire, is about to release. Check it out.
Finally, I will leave you with a glimpse of what we are calling our love letter to one of the most beloved games in the entire series. One that I'm sure you'll agree is truly timeless. Thank you.
With Rocksmith Plus, you can learn guitar and piano fast anytime, anywhere. From your PC, mobile, and now PlayStation. Discover thousands of hit songs from artists like Metallica, Tom Petty, Coldplay, and Linkin Park, with new songs added each month. Enjoy practice tools to hone your skills, like adaptive difficulty and tab or sheet music view. Whether you're a beginner or expert, anyone can learn with Rocksmith Plus. Plus, get real-time feedback with personalized AI recommendations to grow your skills each day. And best of all, new users can download Rocksmith Plus free with access to a limited number of songs, lessons, and features. Try for free today.
No way. No freaking way. Oh my gosh.
Oh, this looks so nice. Probably going to be saying that a lot.
I got goosebumps.
Nice and easy. We're going to be best pals.
Whoa! Yo, let's go! Nice!
Slide and punch a guy, it's great.
The battle has been won. It is time to heal, rejoice, and celebrate. Welcome to the great games.
Target is secured.
Get down! They tried to break us. But we'll rise stronger.
Long time no see!
Hi everyone. What a first year we had with the Crew Motorfest. Season 4 will be the final update of Year 1 coming in July. It will be all about car customization and you will discover our latest playlist, Donk versus a Rider. Now, let's talk about the future. I'm thrilled to give you a first look at our festival program for the year to come. In Year 2, Motorfest will continue to grow with more season, cars and playlists. We will start with Season 5 and a huge surprise. We know many of you love spending hours exploring our beautiful world. So, what about discovering a new playground? Yes, a brand new Hawaiian island will be added to the game at the launch of Season 5 for free. Season 5 will also bring a sequel to a fan favorite playlist with Men in Japan, Volume 2. Year 2 will introduce a brand new gameplay experience. Chase and Takedown arrive at Motorfest. Let's have a look.
We're driven by the chase. Always on the lookout. And once our target is in sight, it's on. There's no rest for us, as the chase never stops.
The Chase Squad will be joining Motorfest in November as premium PvE content. To find out more, tune in to our next The Crew showcase in September. Thank you for watching and see you there.
By order of the Emperor, my fellow Romans, I bring forth tidings of hope across our glorious lands. For we stand on the threshold of a new age. Our streets shall be lined with abundance. Our fields shall yield bountiful harvests, and our coffers shall overflow with wealth. An era of prosperity dawns upon us, heralded by the arrival of a new governor.
You can take it from here.
I love that trailer.
That was awesome. Hi, my name is Manuel Reiner. I'm creative director.
And hi, I'm Hay Anderson, brand director. And it's with great pleasure and enthusiasm that we, on behalf of the Ubisoft Mind Studio, stand before you to give you a glimpse into the extraordinary new chapter that is Anno 117 Pax Romana, a fan favorite setting that's been highly awaited. Now, we'll be releasing in 2025 on both PC and console. But today, we embark on an unparalleled journey. Just imagine, it's the year 117, time of the Pax Romana.
Yes, and united by conquest, the Empire found its way to peace and become a cultural melting pot. Anno 117 Pax Romana will deliver Roman gaming experience unlike anything you have ever played. And for the first time in Anno, you will be able to choose your starting province. Either the mysterious Celtic wetlands of Albion, where no civilized Roman wants to be, or the traditional Roman heartlands, Latium, close to the hungry heart of Empire.
Manu, I'm so excited for this game.
Same for me.
And there are so many more exciting features and details that we'll reveal in time. So stay tuned for next year as Anno 117 Pax Romana will be releasing on both PC and console. But it's with great passion and excitement that we bring this 25-year-old timeless game here to the main stage at Ubisoft Forward. And to our core, loyal fans, a massive thank you, because without you, none of this would be possible.
Thank you, everyone.
We are the shadows.
That served the light.
The ocean's filled with new ships, but they all come from the same river. Greed. Power. Vengeance. We must learn to trust.
And follow the blade.
Together.
Hello everyone, I'm Charles Benoit, Game Director on Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm very proud to be here today to present our dream project, a game that we have wanted to make for a very long time. Yes, we're finally going to feudal Japan at the end of Sengoku era. It was a period of war where clans were fighting for power, a turning point in history culminating in the unification of Japan. A period shaped by political intrigue, secret leagues, and battles fought in the shadows. And a time where the greatest warrior became heroes and inspired the most amazing and well-known epic fantasies, the samurai and the shinobi. Two perfect archetypes for our duo protagonists. You'll embody the deadliest trained assassin in history, the shinobi, with Naoe, a young woman from the mountains of Iga province, who was forced by war to learn the arts of deception. You'll also experience Japan through the eyes of Yasuke, an historical character whose legend is surrounded by mysteries. It allows us to tell the story of a foreigner who becomes a samurai under Oda Nobunaga, the most powerful daimyo at that time. Two protagonists with unique personal stories and views of the world. Once allied, player can bounce freely between both characters. Play either as Yasuke, a strong combat-focused samurai, or as Naoe, the agile and stealthy shinobi. And as you progress in your adventure, you'll feel the time passing like never before. We're introducing a full year cycle where you'll be able to rediscover a location under different season and weather. For example, in winter, ice may prevent you from going underwater. But as the season gets warmer, you can now use spawns to approach your enemies. Or heavy rain will help you to blend in the environment, to lurk or escape your opponents. You can also use your surroundings to your favor. At night, extinguish lanterns and destroy brazier to vanish in the shadows. Each day and season bring its own challenges. But today, I'm really excited to share an extended look at Assassin's Creed Shadows gameplay. You're about to see a sequence where Naoe and Yasuke are hunting corrupted daimyo through beautiful parts of Japan. You'll see the dynamic of our two heroes, and now they complement their strengths with the unstoppable force of Yasuke and the deadly skills of Naoe. Thank you everyone, enjoy.
Peace and war, benevolence and cruelty. I tread my own path in this divided land. Fukujiyama, at last. The fields are busy. A big harvest requires many hands. Merchant looks uneasy.
I will
tolerate this disrespect. No, please.
Well, you are a friendly beast, are you not?
Samurai sir, this way, I beg you. Hurry, sir. Please.
Right behind you, little one.
Oh, Baba, I brought someone.
Ikimaru, I wonder where you went. Ah, a samurai. One that does not hail from these lands.
I am a stranger, yes. But you have nothing to fear from me.
Ha! I have enough to fear from the men of Kochiyama. They abuse their power, taxing us again and again, leaving us only scraps. I bet they are in the market now, along the main road. A stranger might make good merit ridding a village of a threat like these men.
Is that so? Then I shall see it done. For this life, if not the next.
You miserable wretch!
More division among the people here. More corruption. Such beauty, shadowed by suffering. What is happening here?
This isn't your fight, samurai. I told you, keep walking.
Make your peace!
They were going to kill me. Thank you.
There's another. Up the road toward the castle. A corrupt samurai named Fujioka.
Protector turned persecutor. Greed cannot rule this village. Not while I have breath in my lungs and a blade in my hand.
I said kill him. I'll wash away his failure with your blood.
You will have to spill it first.
Who do you think you are?
For the people, I am justice. was going to handle that.
Too slow. What did you find?
The samurai has been stealing from the villagers. He has been starving the people here for some time.
So now we know who he worked for.
The daimyo in Fukuyama Castle.
We should go.
Not before we send our allies to look for him. He'll be difficult to find.
The daimyo. He's there.
Who will take the lead?
We can sneak in.
Or charge through the front gate.
It's almost dark. No one will see me coming.
They will not stand a chance. But be careful in there.
Don't worry. I won't be alone. It'll be me and the shadows.
In the shadows. To serve the light.
I'll go straight for the daimyo. When fighting a snake, why wrestle the body when you can slice off the head? You're mine now, Snake.
Who did that?
Lord Hayashi cannot seem to stay in his quarters. Yes, the Lord places beside the You dig himself a trench with those nightly footsteps. That's more grave.
A grave, huh? He's coming. I need to hide.
Useless, all of you! First, Fujioka dies in the street at the hands of some stranger! Serve me scalding tea. Besides ruining its delicate flavor, I nearly lose my tongue for business.
Fujioka must have been the samurai Yasuke took out. Good riddance.
Take your tongue.
A daimyo like that deserves a slower death than the one I'm about to give him.
Kill her! Let's get her! Do not let that shinobi escape!
I've shed all the blood I need. Time to go.
Stop her! Hurry up and kill her!
You being allies then.
Hello everyone! It's a pleasure for all of us to be here to celebrate our shared passion for games. I wanted to say thank you to all Ubisoft teams around the world. Their talent, creativity, hard work is what makes all of us and all this possible. So, to all our players, thank you. Your passion is our driving force, and we can't wait for you to get your hands on the amazing games you have seen today. So thank you for watching. Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the Ubisoft Forward post-show for deeper looks at Assassin's Creed Shadows, Star Wars Outlaws, and The Division 2. Presented by Intel, the main PC partner for Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Hello, my name is Thierry Dansereau, Art Director on Assassin's Creed Shadows.
And I'm Charles Benoit, Game Director on Assassin's Creed Shadows. We are here today to share details on our first gameplay walkthrough for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Torii Gates are really iconic in Japanese culture and also very striking visually. So when the players see them, they will know there is something interesting to discover following that path. It can be secrets, it can be loot, targets, everything that fuel your progression.
Fukuyama. At last.
We wanted to showcase one of the many castle towns that the game will have. In Assassin's Creed Shadows, you'll be exploring a dynamic and ever-changing open world, all of which is affected by dynamic seasons and weather system. The wildlife is now more than ever part of the game ecosystem and biomes. In Assassin's Creed Shadows, a lot of the game wildlife will evolve and change colors through seasons, and the player will even see puppies, mostly in the springtime.
Well, you are a friendly beast, are you not?
The goal is to have a more natural behaviors and awareness systems.
Samurai sir, this way, I beg you.
Such beauty, shadowed by suffering.
You're about to see Yasuke in action. In that sequence, Yasuke is going to find one of his targets.
What is happening here?
We'll have a lot of targets to hunt around Japan, and this zip cam and celebration is used to highlight those moments when you find them.
I told you, keep walking.
Let's see some combat now.
The notion of dynamism was also applied to our props that are, for most of them, breakable.
Yasuke is using a kanabo, so it's a big, massive weapon, slow but very impactful. It's the best weapon to break enemies' armor. It's also a good tactic to remove armor first because it reduces the time to deal with your opponents. You can see the yellow bar under the enemy. It represents the armor, and once it's broken, it's a lot easier to land hits and inflict damage. Attacking and defending charge up your adrenaline meter. Once it's full, you can spend all those resources to push back or knock down or inflict damages, and even put the enemy vulnerable. One of the big combat novelty is the posture system. You can hold your attack and posture at any moment inside a combo. Those attacks inflict massive damage and can also branch into execution. But of course, if you use those attacks, you expose yourself. So the key is to really master the timing and learning enemy behavior. In the end, your competency can give you an edge over your stats.
Persecutor. Greed cannot rule this village.
The players always have two weapons at the same time, so they can freely switch between both of them. You can see here Yasuke has the classic katana, and he's using one of his unique moves, the sheeted attack. Now you can concentrate on the target. You can see the katana is a lot faster and versatile. Looking at the target, you see he's a lot more reactive and defensive. If you're taking the posture like right now, he's also using one of his posture against you. So it creates really this dance between the two fighters. The enemy reactivity really pushed the player to use all his tools. So the parry, you need to react, you need to read the enemy to find the best opening and land the posture attacks when it's best. Yasuke and Aoi have their own personal story and their own life. But once they allied, they cooperate to achieve the common objective.
Too slow.
It means you can also switch at any moment in the open world. Of course, not during the infiltration or when you're fighting, but otherwise the players can really choose the character they want at any time and choose how they want to play them.
We should go.
Not before we send our allies to look for him.
In this sequence, Yasuke is suggesting to use the spy network. It's a new system that we introduced in Assassin's Creed Shadow to support the shinobi fantasy and help the player to find their objective. So you can send your spy to scout areas and spot your targets or the quest objective you have. Sometimes we have both characters in the cutscene where you can pick the one who answers or ask questions. At the end, you can also pick the character you want to continue with. You can choose between Naoe being more stealth-oriented or Yasuke being a bit more focused on fight.
But be careful in there.
Don't worry, I won't be alone. It'll be me and the shadows.
From this point, we are with Naoe inside the Fukujiyama Castle. Feudal Japanese castles are amazing playgrounds as they offer a lot of opportunity to play in them in a stealth way or rather in a fight-oriented.
In the following sequence, you can see what's new in terms of parkour and stealth. First, our grappling hook. It's fully physics-based, so your speed and direction can affect where you go. You can also assassinate from the grappling hook, as you can see now. We brought back the cover system to sneak and peek, so you can use your tool from there. You can also observe your surrounding. You can now use prone and crawl in tall grass. So you can hide, you can go under small openings, so it's really useful to sneak around.
You're mine now, Snake.
But one of the big novelties is the dynamic perception of the enemies. They are affected by light and shadow. So here you can see Naoe can break the light and able to vanish and reduce the detection time, so it's a lot easier to quickly move undetected. The weapons of Naoe are great for combat, but also for stealth. Each weapon has a specific type of assassination. Like here with the Kusarigama, you can also assassinate your enemy, but at range. With Naoe, you'll feel like a shinobi with all the new animation we added to make her a lot more agile and faster when doing parkour and everything she does basically.
Naoe is an agile, self-focused shinobi who will use noise, light and shadows to evade detection as enemies respond to their changing surroundings. Naoe is currently making her way to reach her target. She's going through some elite samurai houses, and as she progresses, the player will see and discover other iconic areas of the castle, such as the daimyo quarter.
The grappling hook can be also used to grab enemy, which is very useful to move them quickly and dispose of them in the better spot. It's much more efficient than just carrying dead body, for example.
It's giving the player the option to decide if they want to kill or not.
We have a couple of abilities, we have gear, we have weapons that can bring down enemies until they are wake up by other people. Like you saw with the Kusarigama, the katana also have special assassination. You can stab people through shoji door and stay mostly silent. So depending on the weapon you have equipped, you have a different assassination opportunity.
He's coming. I need to hide.
In interior, there are places to hide, but one of the cool ones is the beam that you can use to grapple on the ceiling. It's really useful to not being spot, of course, but also wait for an opportunity to assassinate.
Here we saw a sudden weather state change that triggered a thunderstorm.
The noise and the rain and the wind cover your footstep and also your action. The demo is in spring, but in winter the old pan will be frozen, so you can't use the same tactic. You will have to use prawn in deep snow or use the kunai to deal with the target at distance. Another cool shinobi trick you can see is Naoe using the breathing stick. With that you can stay hidden underwater and wait for the perfect opportunity to assassinate or just sneak around. If you're detected, you can choose to escape to return to your stealth loop or go straight in combat. Naoe is choosing combat with the Kusarigama, a versatile weapon that can use the cycle in one hand and the weighted chain in the other, allowing some range and melee fight depending on your attacks. In this case, the player decided to escape after many guards joined the fight. Even if Naoe can be very deadly, she doesn't have a strong armor like Yasuke, so it's a lot more risky when you fight multiple enemies at the same time. Anyway, in this case, she already achieved her objective. She killed the daimyo, so all is fine. We just saw the infiltration at night with Naoe. You can also imagine the other option of taking Yasuke and breaking through the front door. Day, night, weather, even season can affect the challenges on your path.
Thanks for watching. We hope that you've enjoyed this presentation. Assassin's Creed Shadows will be launching on November 15. We can't wait for you to play it.
Hello everyone, I am John Björling, Associate Narrative Director on Star Wars Outlaws, and I'm here to break down the lore, references, and any other Star Wars details you may have missed in our latest gameplay walkthrough.
Hey, new record!
Kay is a fan of arcade games and has been playing this Raven 6 space shooter for years. You can find it and other games scattered throughout the galaxy. Kay grew up around cantinas and learned from an early age that they're both places to lie low and to find new opportunities. As Kay travels throughout the galaxy, it's always a good idea to head to the local cantina when looking for intel or work. Kowakian monkey lizards can be found everywhere in the Outer Rim, and they're used as pets, thieves, and even food. But few are as privileged as Salacious B. Crumb in Jabba's palace. Many merchants will use protocol droids to handle customers from every corner of the galaxy who don't speak Basic or Huttese. Kay can bypass the droids since she's fluent in Huttese, and she can use this to talk her way out of, or directly into, some tense situations. The Trailblazer is an EML 850 light freighter from the Clone Wars. Its reinforced hull was built to ensure safe transport into any kind of environment. But the high material costs ruined its chances for mass production. The ship is a rare prototype from a bygone era that had a life of its own before ending up in Kay's hands.
Hey, Andy.
Hi, Kay. Akiva space.
Akiva is an Outer Rim planet that the Empire controls via the local government. Normally, the Empire doesn't have a presence there, but like with many other remote worlds, they carry out occasional audits with support from the Imperial military.
This is Kay Vess on board the Trailblazer. I'm coming to help.
Akiva is orbited by an asteroid field made up of the remains of a comet called Kinro. Legend has it that several Jedi banded together and used the Force to tear it apart, but most people think that's just a myth. Traveling in the Outer Rim is dangerous, and spacers, smugglers, and syndicate freighters are all at risk of being attacked by pirates. Most pirates are part of local gangs that operate in a specific sector, and they usually only care if a mark looks valuable or not. Pirate ships, like the Scourge and Junkross, are cheap and expendable. Pirates typically steal whatever they can get their hands on, and they often rely on scare tactics and aggression to get their score. The Pike Syndicate has shipping lanes across the Outer Rim, making their freighters hot targets for pirates and rival syndicates. Due to Kay helping defend this ship, she has improved her reputation with the Pikes and their underboss, Gorak.
Spooling up the hyperdrive.
Growing up in the workers' district of Cantabite, Kay always dreamed of being able to get off-world and travel the galaxy. After taking the Trailblazer and honing her piloting skills, she's finally able to jump across the galaxy in search of the freedom she's always wanted for her and Nix. Kay is entering the legendary Mos Eisley on Tatooine, but this planet is large with more than one settlement for you to discover. It's been a privilege to recreate iconic locations such as Chalmun's Cantina, while also expanding on the world with locations that are completely new.
Room for one more?
Here we see Kay about to engage in a game of Kessel Sabak, which is her favorite card game in the galaxy. To win, Kay will need to keep an eye out for cheaters, or maybe even cheat herself. Tatooine is the home of Jabba the Hutt, and after the Hutt cartel faced the surprising loss of their council, Jabba is at the height of his power in the criminal underworld. Following the destruction of the Death Star, the Empire has increased their presence on Tatooine, but everybody knows it's Jabba's domain. The other syndicates stick to the shadows. K-Speeder is an S57 Cardinal, a multi-terrain speeder bike that's perfect for explorers. This speeder is both reliable and moddable, and Kay can call it from afar using a control module to give her and Nix a chance to rest their feet. Imperial shuttles are a dead giveaway that there's some Imperial activity nearby. Sometimes that might add further risk, but in other cases, it can be a great opportunity for a scoundrel. Some Jawas on Tatooine travel around in sandcrawlers, offering trade deals for whoever happens to be nearby. The sandcrawlers were originally built for mining operations, but were co-opted by the Jawas as a way to hold and transport salvage. These flyhorn lizards can be found all around Tatooine's deserts. The lizards use their tails and horns to catch condensation and smaller insects while keeping cool by hiding in the sand. Some moisture farmers use the lizards as an indication of their yield. The huts are present outside the main cities too, and have established compounds all over Tatooine. Depending on your reputation level, you can walk right in or be turned away from Syndicate territory. So your interactions with these locations and the syndicates within will change throughout the game.
Busy place.
Kay and Nix have been thieving together for years, and their incredibly close bond means that they are able to support each other in any situation.
Nix, attack. Good job, buddy. Nix, do you sense anyone close? Sutta.
Kay's using a well-worn VM-19 heavy blaster with a unique ability to switch modules. Here, we see Kay use the stun mode to take out this guard instantly and quietly.
Easy. Alright, let's see what we have here.
This is Kay's data spike, which she can use for picking locks. When not in use, she conceals it by wearing it as a hairpin.
Wait, Quint? That sheriff from Wayfar used to work for the Hutts? I should talk to her. Oh, come on!
These enforcer droids are widely used by syndicates as cheap and expendable firepower. They are very dangerous, but Kay can use her blaster's ion module to disrupt them, as we see here. You may recognize these as massives, a native Tatooine predator with thick armored hides, sharp spines, and a dangerous bite. They were first domesticated by the Tusken, but even the Hutt cartel beastmasters used them to guard their territory.
We need a quick exit!
And here we see the iconic Gamorreans that were hired by Jabba himself as his most reliable guards. They are incredibly powerful and dangerous, particularly at close range. Here we see Kay switching to her power module to try and take them out before fleeing. Tatooine will feature its iconic twin suns, and you'll be able to witness some beautiful sunrises and sunsets on your journey across the desert planet. Next to the sheriff's office, we see some banthas, which are typically domesticated herd animals used for their milk, meat, leather, and transport. Banthas are omnivores and can sustain energy without food or water for long stretches of time. We see Kay arriving at Wayfar Station, where moisture farmers come to sell water, socialize, and buy equipment. Tatooine is known to be filled with outlaws preying on these farmers, which is why we see a stacked bounty board on the wall to the sheriff's office. Eagle-eyed viewers may even spot Kay's picture on the board.
You again.
Sheriff Quint is a Weequay and former pirate who had a lot of success due to her gunslinger skills. She eventually turned away from her old lifestyle and towards the law, using her skills to help the people of Wayfar. Quint is one of the experts in our game, so Kay can agree to help her out, and in exchange, Quint will help Kay develop her skills with the blaster.
You want to die first? Fine by me.
This is another look at Tushara, the new Savannah moon created in collaboration between Massive Entertainment and Lucasfilm Games. The strong winds on the moon wear down the naturally occurring amberine. This can create ramps for Kay and Nix to take advantage of on the speeder. Here we get another glimpse of the lush, dense jungle planet of Akiva, which has been fully realized visually for the first time. Akiva has a very interesting history, and that's something we were excited to explore with Kay and Nyx. Kay grew up brawling in cantinas and sneaking around as a thief, so she can hold her own in combat. We even see her take down a death trooper with an electroshock prod. And here, we see a range of alien species being brought together by Sabak. This includes a Galushan, a Zabrak, and Trandoshan. You'll encounter a range of different species scattered across the Outer Rim. Kay and Nyx are betting on a Fadir race, being broadcast live from her hometown of Cantobite. Nyx loves following the race on the holoprojector. These are Aglis flyers, native to Tushara. They have a habit of stealing anything they can get their hands on, hoarding the items in remote nests. The Tusharans use wind fishing nets to capture them for their meat. In addition to Kay's blaster, she'll learn to use some other weapons when she needs some additional firepower, such as this Imperial Z6 rotary blaster cannon. And finally, here we see a Rancor, a reptilian species that originally hailed from the planet Dathomir. As fans will know, Rancors are extremely dangerous, so they present quite a threat to someone like Kay. And that's some of the things that you may have missed in our latest gameplay walkthrough. The team is hard at work crafting this galactic scoundrel adventure, and we're excited for players to experience the Outer Rim as Kay and her companion Nyx on August 30th. If you're willing to take the risk, the galaxy is full of opportunity.
As we're wrapping up year 5, we want to thank you for your continuous support. During this year, we brought you Project Resolve, a revamp of Project Rewards, a significant boost to global events replayability, various PvP improvements, a major gear balancing pass, as well as almost 2,000 bug fixes.
These major changes laid the foundation for exciting updates coming with year 6 and even more thrilling developments ahead. We are just getting started.
Year 6 is a year of transformation as we prepare the game for even more content.
In Year 6, The Division 2 will feature 3 seasons. Each of them will bring fundamental changes to the endgame and our seasonal model, enhancing the game's accessibility and engagement to new heights.
The first season, titled First Rogue, is set to begin on June 11th.
Keener is alive.
Come find me.
Keener is alive and has come to Washington, D.C. to meet with us. However, as is always the case with Keener, the road to finding him is paved with dangers, and his true intentions remain unclear.
What do you believe, Agent?
First important change that we're bringing in Year 6 is one endgame for all agents. All owners of Tom Clancy's The Division 2 can now level up their characters to level 40 without needing to own Warlords of New York and enjoy the seasonal experience.
That means that all Division 2 players can continue leveling up in Washington, D.C., and once they reach level 40, they will gain access to all past and future endgame content, including exclusive weapons and gear, seasonal manhunt and events, endgame modes like the Summit, Countdown, and Paradise Lost Incursion.
We need the Division.
To expedite players' access to the endgame, we're introducing a new progression system to offer you more ways to advance and customize your gameplay experience. Seasons 2.0.
With Seasons 2.0, we'll bring a fresh twist to the experience, seasonal characters. By creating a season-specific character, you'll be able to experiment with new builds, modifiers, and mechanics affecting both agents and enemies, getting a unique experience every season.
We streamlined the progression to ensure a rewarding journey both for new players and veterans, without requiring extensive playtime to reach level 40.
Expect weekly updates filled with fresh activities, improved progression, and rebalanced XP gain, all within an immersive narrative that unfolds through Year 6. At the end of each season, all your hard-earned XP and rewards will merge with your main characters, and your seasonal characters will be added to your existing roster, expanding your options and strategies.
Year 6 also transforms the manhunts as we know them, bringing a new gameplay experience.
Say goodbye to targets and lieutenants as we introduce weekly scouts, allowing for a better paced story progression.
Each scout will be a project consisting of a few engagement activities for you to complete.
Scouts will be available to seasonal characters only and built to complement your overall progression in the season.
That's not all. Prepare for a new difficulty level available for climax missions only. Master.
Master difficulty will offer an epic conclusion to each season, providing challenging and thrilling gameplay experiences designed for 4 players. Later in the year, we're excited to bring you an improved player customization experience. Look forward to improvements and new functionalities that will let you celebrate your characters and achievements in more dynamic and personalized ways.
Year 6 will culminate in the new story DLC, which will return players to the place where it all began, Brooklyn, New York.
Join the Division in the upcoming season and watch the story unfold. We can't wait for you to see what's next.
Hello and welcome back to Summer of Gaming Live on IGN. We just got a nice big Ubisoft Forward and then a little post-show going backward to look at the forward. It's time to unpack everything that they showed off. I'm Max Scoville and I'm here with Brian Altano, Jay Griffin, and Akeem Lewanson.
Yo. All right.
So I was kind of hoping there'd be like a big one more thing, but that was very wasn't big on surprises.
They basically unpacked a lot of details on 2 big games I'm really excited for, plus some other smaller stuff. But yeah, this is probably one of the only summer showcases or any of its ilk I've ever seen that didn't have a single new game reveal. Like, I don't think we learned about one new game today, did we?
The Prince of Persia, because for the 35th anniversary.
We'll come back to that for sure. We want to talk about Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot to talk about. The remake is coming out in 2026.
Yeah.
Really not much to go on there. I want to talk about some different sands, which is the sands of Tatooine.
Okay.
Which is, that's the next big thing on Ubisoft's, agenda, which is, Outlaws.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This was a lot of gameplay.
Yeah, I want to apologize to Akeem and Jada for having to sit next to us while we watch this, because this was so specifically made for people like me and Max, who are just utter geeked out nerds when it comes to this weird little back corner pockets of Star Wars.
Yeah, that dinosaur lady who's sitting at the bar, I have a tattoo of her concept art drawn by John Mallow in 1975. It's deep cut, weird stuff like that.
It's bad.
We were losing our minds when we get the shot of the ship coming into Mos Eisley.
Yeah, and Tatooine, it's become a running theme about how that it shows up in everything, but we don't get it in enough video games where I can explore, and I think that's speaking to the larger narrative of what this game is trying to attempt, which is just letting you hang out in Star Wars, right? Like it doesn't seem like there's a major urgency to the plot, which gives you a lot of space to kind of stretch your legs a little bit here, take on missions from different cartels, play sabacc, get in your speeder bike, fly around. It seems like there's just like a lot of options of cool little things to do, and I plan on doing all of them, Max.
Like, some of our favorite Star Wars is the old Tales of the Bounty Hunters, Tales of Jabba's Palace, Tales of the Mos Eisley Cantina, short story books from the 90s. Like, this is the stuff that was in my head in 5th grade. This is a game that I've literally wanted my whole life. This is what I was doing with my action figures. This is something I'm so excited for. And we've been deprived of this. We have not had this. We've been able to explore an open world Mos Eisley in Lego form, in Disney Infinity form, and then we've gotten sort of bite-sized remix versions as Battlefront maps.
Sure.
And that's not fun to explore, because if you're, stop and, you look at the scenery, you get shot in the head.
And you let your team down, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Exactly.
But this is properly getting to just poke around in these wretched hives of scum and villainy, and among other places. And I'm just, not to be too hyped up about it, but we've had so many almosts with this. There was Star Wars 1313, which was all about the underbelly of Coruscant. It was about these same scoundrels. It's that corner of Star Wars that we wanted. That got canceled.
Right.
There was the Amy Hennig game, which we got a literal 2-second glimpse of, which was somebody walking out the doors of a cantina into Mos Eisley, and that was all we ever saw of that.
That got canceled.
Then
we got 2 Star Wars Jedi games, which are great, but they're all about this kind of goody two-shoes kid, and he's learning to deal with his powers, and that's all great. But those are lightsaber games. And Akeem, you said in our pre-show, you're really happy that this isn't just another one of those. And I I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, not only that, it's an open world game, and like that's one of my favorite genres, you know, aside from like JRPGs. And the fact that we get to explore these various different worlds is also something I'm looking forward to. I know you all have fond memories of just Star Wars in general. I have fond memories of the Ewoks and watching those movies. I'm hoping we'll be able to go to Endor.
I don't think so.
No?
Maybe DLC.
Maybe they'll do DLC.
Maybe that's their blood dragon.
My hope is that this, it's Ubisoft, right? So this is going to become a franchise. This is going to become a thing where like every 4 or 5 years, maybe we get another one, maybe we get story expansions and stuff like that. So that would be fantastic. I really dig everything I'm seeing here. They had a really, they unpacked a lot of gameplay systems in this demo today. And I'm excited for most of them.
I have a hard time when it comes to like open world sandbox games because I get distracted too easily.
Yeah.
But I love what they're doing for the different targets and characters you're hunting down to find different objectives for advancing your character skills.
Yeah, upgrading and stuff like that.
It's a great way of keeping the player kind of on track of of what they want to do without just like giving them a million markers on the map.
It's a system it feels like it's not that huge of an iteration of what we've seen, but basically they have this expert system. And as opposed to being like, a bunch of side quests, it's more focused on like the character. It's like go see this person and this person will teach you things. Like they had Kay going to see a gunslinger who basically taught her how to do VATS from Fallout, and it was like, here's how you unlock that. You can go talk to Jawas and learn how to like upgrade your ship. And there's something like Lando's going to teach you how to do something, and that's just a really neat way of doing it. And there's, I don't know, it's hard to sort of, I guess verbalize this, but like articulate it. But like we've gotten, you get quests in games, you get side quests, and that feels like that's a line item. That's a label more than it is a face. And in this case, it's faces.
Yeah, and you can, stick to the golden path and stuff like that, or you can, mess around and go to different little pockets of the galaxy. Speaking of which, I thought it was really cool how they were able to kind of mask the loading screens. Star Wars already has sort of loading screens built in it with the hyperspace jump, but then coming into orbit and then coming into a planet, there's a bunch of clouds and stuff like that. It's very smart.
Yeah, I love that they did that, because, playing other space-related games, it just becomes like a cutscene when you're landing on the planet. Like the fact that you can go through the clouds is, I love the fact that you're able to do that.
The key thing is like you're flying the ship.
Yeah.
And it's again, there's going to be some mass load screens in there. You're going through like some fog or whatever, or jumping into hyperspace. Yeah. Or I love that the whole thing in like in Star Wars, the way the hyperspace works is that like the computer has to. Like the ship's computer has to plot the fastest route through hyperspace. That's how that works. That's why the parsecs make sense or whatever. And it's funny because that's what your console's doing. Your console is mapping the fastest way to load up a new area. So it kind of makes sense in universe. But yeah, like I don't know, we've seen games where you get in a ship and then it's sort of like a little the Jedi games, you have that. But you're not flying the ship.
They're doing some really fun stuff in this game with. Like lore basically in ways that like, all right, so there's a Jawa sandcrawler and I love those. And in this game, like it sounds like they're shops, right? Like if you see one in the wild, you can go to one and you can buy some stuff. You can go into the cantina and hear about like rumors of like some heist that's happening and go infiltrate it. Like you get the targeting system is extremely Far Cry and pretty much most open world games with some stealth, but it's the same binoculars that Luke and Obi-Wan are using on Tatooine at the beginning of A New Hope. Like I just love all that stuff. They're playing with a lot of the toys in the toy box in smart ways that make sense mechanically for gameplay. You get a speeder bike, but you can also call it in, which like as far as I know, you could never do that in any of the shows or the movies. Like she's got a button or something on her data pad that will just make a speeder bike come to you and you jump on it and sail off. You've got your sidekick who you can use to distract people and taunt people and play dead and roll over. And it's just all very, I found myself like laughing at a bunch of this stuff. I found myself just getting giddy at a bunch of this stuff.
There's a part where she gets her cover blown and she just, come on!
Yeah.
And it's just like, it was such an organic bark. Like,
very,
really
very organic. Yeah. It's so natural. I've said that so many times playing stealth games and just like, do everything perfectly, and then one person shows up and is like,
and it goes
how did I not see you? Where did you come from? Spawned from the air.
Yeah.
People gripe about Ubisoft games being kind of samey and having like the same systems and the same stuff. And honestly, if it's that with Star Wars, I'm pretty okay with it. But
Me
the
too.
way these systems are intersecting seems like, at the very least, it's like they're trying some new things, they're pushing in some new directions, and I'm curious to see how that all comes together.
People complain about those games, but then Nintendo put them in Zelda, and then Sucker Punch put them in Ghost of Tsushima. Like, a lot of those mechanics work because they're functional and they're good and they're fun to play with. And like, you don't have to play every single. I think if you play 6 or 7 of these games a year, then yes, I would get burned out on them. And as far as I can tell in this game, we haven't at least seen like towers that you unlock that then open up your, you can fly in from space, so you'd be able to see. You wouldn't even have to climb a tower to see a planet. But no, I think they're onto something here, and I really hope it comes together.
There's Salacious Big Crumb. We're talking about something. We get a shot of the Rancor at the very end. That's all you've been at. Like last year, you got the director like, "Is the Rancor in it?" And he was like, "I can't talk about that."
Yeah, they were like, "We're not ready to talk about it." And then on stage at ign-live this year, I made a lot of people in public listen to me ask him again if that's the Rancor from Jabba's palace, and I got my yes. I got my Rancor. So he's underneath Jabba's palace. There's a mission where you'll sneak in there and infiltrate the palace. I think you can see it right there. And you'll get to fight the Rancor. But Max, you and I were talking about, you won't be able to kill him.
You can't kill him.
Because he dies in Return of the Jedi.
Unless you kill him and then Jabba just gets a new one.
Maybe.
Maybe that's why Malakili's crying so bad, because he's just going through Rancors too quick.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because of how much you're both such a wealth of knowledge with Star Wars. Like the knowledge is just insane.
It's
frightening, actually.
It's not wealth though. It's like, wow, that garbage can is so full.
Well, it was just funny because you said what you just said, and then you looked at me as if I don't know Star Wars. Ewoks, cute little teddy bears. That's all I know.
I mean, is this grabbing you though?
Yes, 100%.
Right.
And it's what I said during our post show is the fact that the Star Wars universe. Look, we got Krang right there.
I love that little guy in the chart. Star Wars has so many good little guys.
The Star Wars universe is just so massive that like you can jump in, here and there. It doesn't have to necessarily be just about Jedis. Like the Mandalorian, grabbed me. And I started watching that. This game, I'm all here for.
It's a cool it's a cool place to go.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to visit. And if you don't like Tatooine, there's other places to go, which is really fun. If it was just an open world game, like if it was an Assassin's Creed game, but you're on Tatooine, I think that would be a little frustrating.
Yeah.
But I feel like they found a solution there to go to different places. And I'm interested to see exactly how big the different areas are. We've sort of seen this already with the Jedi games, but yeah, in that case, it's like, some areas are, there's the main, like Kobo was a big, huge area, borderline open world, but, structured more like a Metroidvania. The director said that this was actually taking some cues from Metroidvanias.
Which is interesting, because we haven't really seen any of that yet, but it does seem like talking to some different characters and interacting with them, you'll do missions where you'll learn skills, and one of them was sort of like a range shot that lets you target multiple people at once. That's cool, but I wonder if there are like very specific things, like we saw, she's got this kind of like laser bolt cutter thing to get you through one of those famous yellow doors in gaming.
The charge shot. The director told us ign-live that you could break open walls and stuff.
That's fun.
I mean, it's like Red Dead Redemption 2 if you could fly to other planets and introduce tuberculosis to Martians.
I like that game idea. I think that's an interesting one.
Yeah.
They got some great critters in this. Like they got some very good creatures roaming around, and it's like they were definitely focusing more on the outlaws of it all. The scum and villainy, but like clearly you're going to be able to go off the beaten path, screw around, do some fun stuff.
Well, that's the important thing about Star Wars that I think that some things don't get is that the world building is there's ecosystems there, right? There's creatures, there's flora and fauna, and I love that. You and I, Max, have always geeked out about like weird alien species and just discussing little animals running around these worlds. And when they make Star Wars movies or shows and they kind of play in these playgrounds and they don't really do that part, like it kind of annoys me. I think that's a big part of it. Like it's not just human characters getting into ships or fighting with lightsabers. Like you need little rats, you need little frog boys and such.
I mean, we got Nyx. Nyx looks fantastic.
He's great.
I can't wait to have Nyx and just use him for all his little abilities to jump on people's faces and claw them while you run up and punch them in the gut.
There's humor in this. Like like Nyx had a little bit of the hot dog from Far Cry.
Chorizo.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, that they're taking a bunch of the stuff that has worked really well in the other Ubisoft games and putting it all together in a IP I love. So I'm in.
I'm excited to see what the arcade games look like. I
Yeah.
want to play Sabacc. I'm hoping that's like one of the Lando's things is you have to go to Lando to learn how to play Sabacc.
Yeah. What's funny though is it's not just regular. It's Kessel Sabacc.
Yes.
Because we're talking. I think there's like canonically there's like different versions, and this is like Texas Hold'em. It's like that specific. It's not just poker. It's a different. It's local house rules. I'm giddy for this game. I'm so excited for this game, and I really hope it doesn't disappoint. I did ask Julian, the creative director, I've been talking about this. I want Dengar to be in there. I really wish Dengar was in there, and he sadly confirmed that Dengar is not in the game. But maybe we'll get some Dengar DLC.
Play it on PC, and you can mod Dengar in yourself.
That's true.
That is true.
But this is a PlayStation podcast, so.
But yeah,
what is a PC?
What is
All right.
a PC?
Yeah, we know what a PC is.
We don't know what those are.
What are these?
Anyone's sick of hearing us talk about Star Wars, I have great news. We're going to talk about other things. We got to talk about Assassin's Creed Shadow in just a second. We're going to take a quick break. IGN live from Summer of Gaming.
There
Beyond.
you go.
What is it called again? Who are we?
Summer of Gaming,
Brian?
IGN
Who are
Live
we?
Beyond.
We'll be right back.
Yes,
Stick
we got
around.
it.
Since 1999, Futurama has captured the hearts and minds of countless fans. And now the hilarious sci-fi series from Matt Groening and David X. Cohen is set to return with another all-new season on July 29th. That's right, 10 new episodes featuring our lovable and occasionally heroic crew are back on Hulu. This time around, the Planet Express ship is taking us on new adventures involving birthday party games to the death, Bender's ancestral robot village, and the 5 million-year-old story behind the mind-altering substance known as coffee. And yes, the next chapter in Fry and Leela's romance. Let's check it out.
Good news, everyone. We're back, baby. Let's do it.
We're back.
Leash. We're back, and I will destroy you. All right.
This is the best day of my life.
Good times. Good times.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with Xfinity's blazing fast speeds and smooth low-lag connection.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account and a region selection tool that lets you cruise around the biggest maps with ease. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the games you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Post-show for Ubisoft Forward. Shown off was Assassin's Creed Shadows. I mean, it's an Assassin's Creed game, but it's one that I think a lot of people are really looking forward to.
Yes.
I was like, cautiously interested, optimistic, whatever, curious. I'm really stoked about this now. It's impressive.
Yeah, like they really blew the roof off on this thing. I was worried we were going to get like a 30-second gameplay teaser or something like that, but no, they really just let it cook. This looks gorgeous. The fight style between the two characters is exactly what I want. This is the most I've been excited for an Assassin's Creed game in a very long time.
Yeah, I just love, you get into the town and everybody's just marveling at Yasuke. He's not a common sight, obviously, but he's a historical figure. There's stories written about him, tons of information out there. It's just great to see him, and he's just towering over everybody else.
The height difference, right?
Yeah, the height difference is great.
That's something I don't notice, but Max pointed out because he's very tall, and this is the world he lives in, right? Where he walks in a room and he's like, oh boy, everyone's a little down.
And we're all pointing at Max whenever he walks into a room, too.
Yeah,
man, I've been to Japan. It happens.
Yeah, we all throw stones at the giant. Yeah, fall down.
We got to look at the combat for this, dude. And it's brutal. And of course we see him petting a dog. That's the opposite of brutal combat.
This spike bat that he has, and just watching him, you have to be an idiot to come up to this dude and be like, I'll fight him.
Yeah.
You just watch him home run 3 or 4 dudes in a row. They just go flying, bashes their heads. We didn't see him climb anything yet, and we're all wondering is he gonna not be able to do that?
Jada, you brought it up that you don't think that Yasuke will be the one that'll be doing the sneaky type stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean they've said that he's going to be more focused on combat and parrying and stuff. I imagine there will be ladders and stuff to be able to climb to get access to certain height vantage points, but I don't foresee him jumping up onto the rooftops and then jumping between them to get to specific spots.
He's a tank.
The armor he's wearing is heavy armor.
Yeah.
Look at that. There's so much weight that he's wearing. That would be really tough to be pulling off the nimble acrobatic moves that now he's going to be pulling off.
No, if he did the stuff that Ezio did, where he jumps off of a 6-story building into a hay pile, he would go 50 feet into the earth. It'd be like a Wile E. Coyote anvil.
Yeah, well, he can basically Kool-Aid Man through walls.
Yeah,
he probably can. I mean, the walls are made out of paper.
Yeah.
Right.
And also the Kanabo, his spiked club that he's using, that thing is heavy. That is not a light weapon. We saw it in the combat. There is so much impact when he's just uppercutting and baseball bat home run swinging. I don't know what I'm saying.
It's just
baseball bat home run swinging.
It was covered in blood.
Just baseball bat home run swinging. ign-live, guys. We were there all the weekend. We're a little bit.
Yeah, we are delirious.
Obviously, you're not a golfer, but yeah. No, I'm really excited to just see how these characters feel to play as, because just watching the gameplay, you can tell there's going to be a palpable difference in play style. But is it going to feel different, making them just navigate the world? Just walk around.
Yeah, I really liked how they showed a lot of that in the Ubi Forward today. But yeah, we were watching this and we're like, please knock over that big bucket of tomatoes. Please knock them over. And then they just did it.
I saw somebody in the comments, and I was like, I went to Avatar and was like, my cabbages, and I was like, yes, somebody else got it. That's
Jada, what did you think of the sort of intricacies of combat here? Because I know that's something you're regularly master in games. Those little blue sparks that were popping up, and there's multiple meters happening here. There's a lot to unpack, I think.
Yeah, so I'm not fully aware of all the systems and stuff. Obviously, one of them looks like it's some type of a stamina or guard gauge, something similar we saw in Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah.
I love how on the stronger enemies, you're seeing the armor kind of chip and break off. It's a great way to video game a real life fight without making every fight every kill a one hit death for enemies. That baseball swing, man.
That dude's dead though.
He dead. Yeah.
There's the blunter approach too, where he just jumps 10 feet in the air and just goes BAM!
So maybe all that armor doesn't weigh that much.
Yeah, I think he's going to jump on some roofs, and I think he's going to fall through them. Yeah,
I think he's just going to climb stuff normally, because if you make an Assassin's Creed game where somebody can't climb things, people are going to get mad at it.
It's very funny that we're theorizing on whether or not he can go up a ladder, or if he always has to stay on the ground in a franchise that was built around scaling any building as quickly as possible. But yeah, it just speaks to their whole approach here. The two characters have very different playstyles, very different fight styles, very different sort of tendencies and senses of humor and stuff like that. And I don't know, we haven't seen a lot of it, but I find their dynamic to be just really heartwarming.
Yeah.
I like their vibe so far. It's very cool. I like how they get along.
We got to look at Naoi's combat style too, which was obviously more stealth focused, more the shinobi thing. But she's got a
kunai with chain.
Yeah.
Whipping it around. They really, really, without, I feel overly, pointing it out, demonstrated the environmental destruction. Like she just basically chopped down an entire row of bamboo and knocking over orange carts. There's always a lot of stuff in Ubisoft games, but I feel like it's more often than not, I don't know, just window dressing. And in this
static.
case,
It's very static, not dynamic.
Yeah, you'll like bump stuff around, but it's like it doesn't. I don't know. In this case, it seems like it's very tactile, which is interesting to me. I can't think of a game where you just fall through a roof. You know, there's always like breakaway tiles or whatever. But for all the climbing on roofs you do in games, I just feel like at some point you should just come crashing down.
I know,
like a bad bank robber.
Like when that grandma lady shoots all the ceiling out in Ratatouille, all the rats fall out in the kitchen.
Why is that where you went?
That's my go-to guy fall. There was also there was like a Jackass where like they all dressed up like bank robbers and fell through the roof.
Yeah, that's what I want.
And everybody runs out of the building.
So you want a clumsy assassin is what you want.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we're going to get a big guy, right? Like, let's have him fall through the ceiling every now and then.
So
we're doing great, folks.
We'll do this. We can have the serious conversation. One thing they called out repeatedly was the sort of the weather and how the world changes, the world states kind of affect how you approach missions. The way they kind of hype this game up reminds me of, I don't know, it's like features that we take for granted in games. They're saying how basically like there's like a dynamic shadow system where, you know, when you're in the shadows, enemies can't see you, which is like duh.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't know, I'm curious to see exactly how much they commit to that. One thing they did mention that sounds really cool is like, if it's wintertime, you know, you can't dive underwater, but you can walk across frozen lakes.
Yes.
But on the downside, there's no leaves on trees or bushes, so there's nowhere to hide. So it's like that's gonna. I mean, that might as well be like a different level design.
How does that integrate narratively, right? Like seasons take a while. So if you're on a mission, can you just like wait 7 months and then you're like, it's winter now, I can walk across that lake, like, and then the guy just is alive for 7 months. You're supposed to kill. He just keeps killing people.
Could go the freaking Metal Gear Solid route where it's just like you just passed enough time and they just die of old age.
What if you're swimming and it becomes winter and all of a sudden you're frozen in ice?
Just.
There's a lot that could happen. Max, I'm watching Max.
You think within this video game you're going to be
underwater?
There's going to be a wait system, is what you're saying. Wait 7 months or fast travel to the future.
One of the monkeys is on the side of the river and he's like, hey, any second now is going to come. Winter, get out of that lake.
So they're going to have talking monkeys in this game.
They said there's going to be puppies.
There are puppies.
They said that dog that you pet, that you come back and that dog had babies. You know, to see what the dog maybe gets married. I don't know, like the dies of old age.
Stop saying the dog.
The dog. The dinosaur. The dog's hanging out with the dinosaur.
Just to clarify, everybody watching at home, we just got done with like a 3-day live show. We were shouting nonstop. It was very cool.
We've never done.
We're all.
I completely lost my voice.
Yeah, we all lost. So if we all sound terrible, we were
a little bit loopy.
Yeah, we had our first live event. Our first IGN live event where people came in.
Yeah.
And we're already doing it next year. It was so much fun.
It was a blast.
We are all like, we've just been yelling in a very big building full of a lot of people.
We may as well have pulled an all-nighter. Like it's just we're exhausted. So apologies if we're not giving the most brilliant analytical conversation.
Yeah.
But yeah. The game looks sick. It looks really cool, and I think it's really important that they fully commit to this because like people have been demanding the feudal Japanese Assassin's Creed for ages.
Forever.
Yeah. And I don't know. I was never interested in that. That never appealed to me because the charm of Assassin's Creed is that it's like, what if there were ninjas in other cultures, other historical periods, but they're like, there's already ninjas there. There's already that's where they came from.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, if you were like, what if you got a Reese's peanut butter cup, but there was no peanut butter inside? You're like, what? That's just chocolate. But in this case, they're like, you can be a ninja and a samurai,
right?
Which is and you get loud and heavy, or be light and graceful and swim around in a little frog pond.
I really hope there's no Animus stuff in this game. There will be, but I hope it's just like a PDF that they email people who want.
Like right before while you're downloading the game.
Yeah,
you
get a lore PDF on your phone for the Animus people out there. You Animus boys, if you want it, you got all the Animus you can have on your phone on a PDF. That's great. I don't want it in the game. I don't want the part where the guy's walking around at the beginning, and he's going to the offices and somebody's like, "Hey, we're gonna send you on a magical adventure. Your Uncle Larry lived in feudal Japan, and it's gonna be a great time. Let's go. Fall asleep in the big bed." I don't want that. I don't want any of that. I don't even want it in loading screens where they have that thing running around. There's like the digital Matrix crap going on.
Yeah, but what's going to be in there though.
It's going to be in the PDF. I want it in the PDF.
Sure.
Well, a PDF would be more substantial than what we got on Prince of Persia.
Oh my God!
Time remake, which was like a clip with a candle and it was a really good-looking candle, but then it's like 2026.
So they introed that segment being like, hey, we've got 3 treats.
Three treats for the 35th anniversary.
And so they announced some boss rush DLC coming to the Prince of Persia
Lost Crown,
plus some story DLC coming later this year. I don't know if that was 2 of the treats.
They announced the Rogue.
Yeah,
Prince
then
of Persia.
New content coming to the Rogue Prince of Persia, which is still in early access.
Yep.
And then they showed the Sands of Time remake, which was, I think, supposed to come out in 2021.
Yeah.
They showed a candle and a 2026 release date. And I think this is the first, correct me if I'm wrong, Beyond fans, but is this the first 2026 release date we've seen in this year? Like, it feels like everything we've gotten so far has been 2025 or no release date at all, but I haven't seen that year in a video game trailer yet.
Yeah, it's a good call.
And it feels weird.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it 2026.
I mean, it's a year and a half away.
Yeah,
right?
it's not too far, and it's actually a good runway of time for them to start marketing it and showing it off, little teasers here and there.
If you have that teasy of a teaser for what's ultimately a remake of a known quantity, I don't know, maybe sit on it a little bit longer. Like, it feels like such a...
I would love, we'll never get it, but I would love a documentary on what happened with this game, because this is a remake of, this is not a new game. This is a remake of a game that exists and functionally works and is beloved, and people they've cherished it for ages now.
Yep.
And that should be structurally the framework to build a remake, right? And yet, 6-7 years in, here we are. Like, what's going on with this game, We'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, the irony of it being called the Sands of Time.
Yeah.
But we did get some cool stuff. It's the Fire Temple is the update for Rogue Prince of Persia, which is, I guess, happening. It's weird to announce like an expansion or update for a game that's still in early access.
Yes.
I mean, it's just part of an update. Like, they do those regular updates, like Hades 2 announced a bunch of updates, like, hey, we're making gathering easier and stuff like that. So it's really pretty regular to get that. And I guess, it made sense to go in this live stream because they're talking Prince of Persia, so kind of makes sense. And I know that was one of the things that our early access review was kind of docking it on, was like a little bit of a lack of content. Like, granted, it's a roguelike and it's early access, so like it's not meant to be finished right now.
Right.
But they're letting fans kind of get in, play it, tell them what they think, tell them what they need as they finish up the other components of the game.
Jada, have you messed with this at all?
I haven't yet.
Okay.
I literally, it came out right when I had to fly down last week for other shows for a State of Play.
Yeah.
And then this week I was here for ign-live, but it's on my list to try as soon as I get back home this weekend.
Yeah, it doesn't have a release date. I mean, I guess it's out now, but I guess I'm like old school where I see something that's like early access and I'm like, okay, let me know
wait till the 1.0
when the chicken's cooked or whatever. Yeah. Like, I don't want to take raw food out of the oven.
It's a little odd to see a AAA company doing that, Yeah. I mean, but it's again, it's an indie studio just under the Ubisoft umbrella. We did get the DLC for Lost Crown, which is cool. Jada, you ate that game for lunch. What did you?
Oh man, Lost Crown is it's a masterpiece in my opinion. Like, I don't know how it can get any better, but this new content is how it gets better. The new boss trials, combat challenges, the new puzzle challenges. I still have some of those puzzle challenges haunting me. I know you do as well,
Jada,
Brian.
you and I were sitting there watching that, and I was just like, oh my God, that room. Because I just think about how I spent like 45 minutes in there, and I got through it, and I felt so proud, and they just give you like a coin or something like that. Like,
it's similar to like a Souls game where like when you finally get through that challenge of a tough boss you're struggling on, like you just feel so good. I just wish the rewards were better for that, because getting the Xerxes coin, I was like, that's not really...
I mean, it's funny to see these different approaches where it's like you've got a game that's in early access and it's getting updates and we're sort of like, oh, it's in early access. But then a lot of games just continue to get content post-launch. We need to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this, so stick around, please.
Beyond.
Hunter x Hunter is a beloved manga written by Yoshihiro Togashi and has sold over 84 million copies to date. And now, Arc System Works and Bushy Road Games present the first ever Hunter x Hunter fighting game titled Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact. Compose a team of your favorite characters and battle against others in an exciting 3v3 tag team fighting system. Different team compositions unlock new possibilities, and they're the key to victory or defeat. So whether you're a Hisoka main or a Leorio fan, there's sure to be a team that that fits your playstyle. Let's take a look.
やろうチーム戦受けて立ってキルアが相手でも手は抜いてあげないよ負けた方がジュースおごりなクズめ死で償え
こういう奴がいるからやめられねえ殺しはな
試験の時からあなたとは戦ってみたかったんだ
やる気十分といったところかの
一気にやるがん
じゃんけんけー悪いなゲームオーバーだ
いい加減にしやがれ
捕獲する
死神クイズ回答者はいらない
百式観音
ハンターハンター年インパクト目のはや目のはやっとげるオーラでなんかむちゃくちゃにしてやる体力を私が戦うんですのかわいいうわ可愛こぶってんじゃねえよババ切り札は隠すもんだろうほらよシフレまだだバカだね私のが強いつってんだわよ
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion.
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there, period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account and a region selection tool that lets you cruise around the biggest maps with ease. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the games you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
Forward presentation. There was some stuff. There was a bunch of kind of games as a service. We got, the Crew Motorfest. There's X Defiant, Division. We had some. I feel like we had some high expectations, and this is the thing. This is our own fault, but it is also there's a bunch of kind of things it's not unfair to have some expectations. So I kind of want to talk about the stuff that I feel was missing. You know?
Yeah, we were remarking earlier to each other that this is the 20th anniversary of the release of the original Beyond Good and Evil, and that would have felt like a good time to do something, anything.
An acknowledgement, like, hey, we know it's been in development for a long time. We don't have a whole lot to show you right now. Like, they could have written a new date on a card and thrown it on the screen or something. I don't know, done anything.
Just like a, hey, we're still doing something
Signs
with
of
this.
life.
Show another character.
I mean, port the original to something.
Sure,
that would have been great.
Seeing how long it takes them to make a remake, then maybe that would be asking too much, considering Prince of Persia is like in very much development hell. But I was hoping for something here. We were all talking about this in the pre-show about how this is like, it's been a very long time since we saw this trailer, right? The Beyond Good and Evil reimagining trailer with really gorgeous graphics.
Yeah, still impressive.
Still really impressive. Yeah. And it was like 2017, I think it was, that this debuted, and then just kind of radio silence since then. Michel Ancel, who was working on the franchise for a while, isn't anymore, left the company. And now I don't know who is sort of like overseeing it, if anyone is. Like if there is a single creative director attached to this franchise at all, I don't know, and they didn't tell us today.
Yeah. Honestly, it would have been amazing if they just rolled this trailer again. Doing
Ubisoft
Forward, you know?
There's some 7-year-olds out there that never saw it before.
I know. Yeah.
It's a weird one. Like there's people who have nostalgia for this, but it's what is this IP? Also, wasn't this like the second or third trailer that they'd made? Like they kept re-revealing it.
I think they had like unveiled like parts and pieces, and then they unveiled this one as a big this is what we've been teasing.
I don't know, it's weird. It's weird to not have anything there. I mean, I guess if they'd shown off a thing where they're like 2028, we'd be mad at that.
Yep.
It was kind of odd that we didn't get more anything from the kind of Clancy verse. There wasn't really much.
Splinter Cell.
No Splinter
Where
Cell.
was Splinter Cell?
No Ghost Recon. There wasn't. I mean, I guess Siege just gets updates here and there, but like there's no I don't know. We got X Defiant and then a bit on the Division 2, but it felt oddly kind of silent in that department.
Yeah, and also for the past, I believe 2 to 3 years, we also got updates from Ubisoft during the Ubisoft Forwards on like any films or television shows that they're working on. We didn't get any of that today.
Oh yeah, that's right. There was no here's our Netflix show or something.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see how Rayman eats food and if how it goes from his mouth to
we
his
doing
body.
that again? We talking about that again?
Because he doesn't have a neck.
Yeah, that is true. He doesn't.
And a lot of people are asking.
He's got a teleporter from his jaw, his mouth to his stomach.
It's the kind of thing I would have loved to learn more about.
I am shocked and appalled that Ubisoft did not address whether or not Rayman can wear socks, even though his feet are just floating balls. We also we wanted to see Splinter Cell.
Yeah,
that would have been cool.
Yeah.
Again, that's one of those things that was announced. It is like they publicly acknowledged its existence, and it's a weird time where
is this all we've seen from the Splinter Cell remake is early concept art?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, maybe Ubisoft shouldn't do remakes for a little while. They're not doing remakes.
You're not impressed by the concept art? What do you mean? Look at that. It looks like a real car in the rain.
Yeah, it's a drawing of a real car in the rain.
It looks like a real person tied up in a chair.
That's not gameplay. That's not even a screenshot. It's concept art. It's early concept art. It means they woke up really early in the morning, they drew a picture, and then they made a second cup of coffee. Maybe they went back to bed. There's no way of really knowing. And we didn't get any updates on it today. So, frustrating on that front.
Well, here's the earlier games. This is a beloved series. I was never a Splinter Cell guy. Like I was a Metal Gear guy.
Yeah.
But it's kind of odd that there's not really. I don't know. Things are unusually quiet in the sort of stealth espionage department.
Yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot of stealth genre games. Like there's a lot of games that incorporate stealth as a mechanic, but there hasn't been any of the major players that are known for stealth. We haven't seen Siphon Filter in forever. We haven't seen Splinter Cell in forever.
Sly Cooper.
Cooper.
He's still hiding.
I mean, maybe that's what it is. All the stealth games, they're just being too good at their stealth and hiding.
They're all hiding together at a party.
Yes.
That we're not invited to.
They're exchanging notes.
Yeah. I don't know. There's plenty of time to work on games, announce games. The summer's also not yet over. It's very possible Ubisoft does something for Gamescom, something out.
Where was Far Cry?
Or was Far Cry?
Right.
What's Far Cry doing?
I have no idea. It's been several years since 6. Game was awesome. I loved it. I'm so excited for a new Far Cry. There was rumors about multiple Far Cry projects, one being a single player, one being a multiplayer. There was a lot of chatter about Cillian Murphy being the enemy or the bad guy in it, and I don't know if any of those are true, when they'll come true, if we'll find out anything about this franchise. I really, really like Far Cry games. I would have loved to find out about a new one for next year.
Brian, I think they might have been listening to our pre-show, and they had some Far Cry stuff to show us. But then they heard the cry for dinosaur time.
Yeah.
And they were like, we can't show the trailer now. We got to go back and research what dinosaur time means.
That's true. Maybe they were just like, we're getting dozens of people are asking us to put dinosaurs in the game, so they delayed it.
They delayed it.
Yeah.
Far Cry is such a tonally bizarre series because they always market it with like, it's a very serious brooding, like as a dramatic storytelling, and there's a villain. And the villains are really cool, but the thing that people usually get from those games is more the goofy stuff that happens in the margins.
Right.
And they also kind of lean into it. Like by the end of this game, there was wasn't there like Breaking Bad DLC or something? There was like
Probably.
a bunch of weird, like there was outfits and stuff. You could put on silly costumes.
It's crazy because I like 100% these games every time they come out, and then they pull out all these DLCs that like we always give reviews like it's like a 5 or 6 out of 10, and it's just like weird nonsense that I'm not interested in, and not in the fun Far Cry nonsense kind of way, but it's just like, hey, there's zombies in space, and I'm like, I don't care.
Dude, like I just wish we'd get something like Blood Dragon again.
Yep.
And I don't know what that would be.
I kind of want to replay Far Cry 6 just like looking at this.
It's a fun game.
Yeah.
It's a good time. You get those little animals and stuff.
I do want to say thank you to Ubisoft, because this is the first one of their shows in a while that was almost mercifully short, but almost entirely absent of Just Dance.
Yeah,
and that is like, I swear there's like 11 minutes a year that we all collectively suffer through when it comes to their shows, and they always open up with like 60 people on stage, and I'm like, this is not, okay, I understand this is a huge seller for you, but I don't need to see this.
Yeah.
And yet here we go.
Well, so we did get in the pre-show. They put it in the pre-show.
That's
they
right.
put the Just Dance VR. Akeem, you're a VR guy.
Yes, absolutely.
Are you feeling Just Dance VR?
I mean, I would love to check it out just to see how that actually works in VR, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of smashed furniture in my house.
How would you like to dance, but with a giant blindfold on
That's
you when you're
essentially
in
what
an,
it is.
When I first got my Oculus Quest, I was doing this like bowling game in there, and I smashed my hand against my wall so hard.
Yeah, I was surprised that we didn't see more Ubisoft stuff on PSVR 2.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Ubisoft, I mean, Ubisoft loves to, I mean, it's short for ubiquitous software, and it means it's everywhere, and it is especially present as launch hardware. They launch titles. They love to be like first one there. I bet you we're going to get a bunch of Ubisoft stuff when the Switch 2 drops. I feel like there's going to be 4 or 5 things on there.
For sure.
But yeah, that's, I mean, PlayStation VR 2, like I feel like Sony doesn't even acknowledge the thing.
No, they're not even making first-party software for it. So why would anyone else bother?
Yeah, I'm not too hung up on it. Like it's sort of a, it's kind of a drag, but
we got that PC adapter that's coming out soon, so
yeah. The Division, we got a little bit of Division 2.
A little bit of sneak peek of that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I fell off of that one after the Gangs of New York expansion pack they did.
Year 2 or 3.
I think it was like year 2 maybe, and then I played it for probably like 2 or 3 seasons past that.
Wow.
And then I just forgot about the game. Like I just kind of like something else bright and shiny came out, took all my attention, and I forgot about this. I'm amazed and so happy for the Division sickos out there that love this game to death, that they're still supporting it, because it is a great game. It's a fantastic experience, especially when you're getting a good group of friends together to play with. It totally got me off guard when I saw year 6, season 1. I was just like, it's been that long.
I'm always taken aback with franchises like that, and another one, For Honor, which is another Ubisoft franchise that is just like, I was there when it launched, played it for a bit, was like, cool, I understand what you're doing. I dipped out, and people still kept keeping it incredibly popular. People still like just grab those franchises and they play them, and they play all the new content, and they're obsessed with them. And like, I respect that. They're not for me. I forget they even exist sometimes. But I pick my head up and I'm like, oh, you're you're still making new stuff
Yeah.
for the Division and for For Honor. Great, cool.
I mean, the biggest
Siege. They do a great job. That's one thing I do love about Ubisoft. Like for their live service games, like ongoing multiplayer type things, they support them for a long time. So like if you invest the time and energy into those franchises, you get your money's worth. You are getting constant updates every couple of months. You're getting new characters, new maps, new missions, like all types of stuff.
I mean, sadly, the most recent update to the Division, aside from this, was that they canceled Heartland, which was the free-to-play one.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a glut of live service games. There's a lot of stuff to keep track with, and publishers are just competing for not just money but people's time and attention. And it's everything kind of drowns itself out.
I think what's cool is that Ubisoft can service those audiences while also maintaining a showcase today that was like predominantly about big, meaty single-player games that you're gonna spend dozens and dozens of hours playing. Like nothing's gonna compete with a multiplayer game for me more than Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows, because collectively I'm gonna spend 100 hours playing those games.
We
now,
also did, go ahead.
On a scale of, I don't know, we do school ratings, grading system, whatever.
They always get so mad at us when we do this.
Okay, what do you want to? You want to just do like a color, maybe, just like a.
Yes.
You want to how are you do like the doctor's like pain tolerance thing? Like how are you feeling today? How bad is your pain? How was this? Do we like it?
Okay, so. Not getting any new game announcements is weird. The Prince of Persia delayed to 2026 is like bizarre and kind of heartbreaking. But I'm so enamored with Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws. Like they are both exactly what I want from those respective franchises, and the fact that we're getting them both in the same few months is amazing.
We're like. Yeah, exactly. They're a known quantity that is, we're going to have them soon. It's not like when they show off, I don't know, Beyond Good and Evil, and they're like, check it out. It may come out someday. Bye. So I guess, for realistic expectations, it's pretty good. Jada, what did you think?
You know what? We got a lot of gameplay for their biggest things coming this year. And I think that's the most important thing to show off. There's so many times that, companies release a trailer. It's a CG trailer. I look at the comments, I'm reading the chat like literally right now, and people get upset. And it's like CG's like, oh, that looks nice, but what's the gameplay look like?
Yeah, what am I buying?
That's what's most important, because I'm not paying to watch a movie when I'm trying to get a video game. I'm paying money for the game itself.
To control it,
To control it.
To interact with it.
So I enjoyed this press conference. Getting that deep dive into Star Wars, that deep dive into Assassin's Creed, I really enjoyed that. Like I said, Prince of Persia Lost Crown is a big one for me this year, so I'm hyped for the new content. I think it was a solid press conference. I would have loved to see some new stuff, but you know what? I know what I'm getting from Ubisoft in 2024.
Yeah.
And there's plenty more press conferences.
And these are games that are coming out this year. It's not like, I don't know, Watch Dogs or The Division or something where they're like, check out this cool thing that is not reflective of the actual experience we're going to play in 7 years. Akeem, what did you think?
Well, it definitely wasn't a hard-hitting press conference. So it felt very Ubisoft. And there's 7 letters in Ubisoft, so
7?
I'm gonna give it a solid 7.
Yeah, it sounds like a Ubisoft.
That's
good. That's good, right?
That is good. That is good.
It's
yeah.
good.
Dude, there was nothing surprising that I saw
our
today.
Review scale.
What's that?
That's supposed to be a secret.
It's got 7.
Yeah.
We do it by the amount of letters
or syllables.
I think it was good. It was a good time. I'm
That would be
stoked to play these games this year. It's gonna.
That's why we gave Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom a 10. It was just maxed out.
Okay.
But if Ubisoft would be Ubisoft, so it would be a 3. So I guess 7 letters, but 3 syllables. That means it's a 10. Is that how that works? Is that mathematics?
Okay, that about does it for our Ubisoft Forward post show. I think we have a UB hard out right now. But thank you to all my pals here. If you want more of us, maybe you had a good time. We do a little show every week on IGN called Beyond. You can catch new episodes on IGN.com, the IGN Games YouTube channel, or in audio form on your podcast platform of choice. And you can also catch us throughout the summer. We're doing all sorts of events like this.
That's right.
And, IGN, year-round, video games. It's fun. Thanks for watching. We love you.
Beyond.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by 5 Hour Energy.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Have you ever been stuck on the same quest for just way too long? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100%, just like we do. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Hogwarts Legacy, and so much more. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.